Hello YouTubers, I'm Parwiz and welcome to Python full course for beginners. So this is a complete course for beginners in Python programming language. So this course is divided into 5 parts, and also I have added the table of content in the video description so you can check. Now in the first part of this course we are going to talk about the Python basics like printing hello world, variables, data types, string, list, tuples, dictionary, set, for loop, while loop, if else, shorthand if else, functions, input, and file handling. So just basics of Python programming language. After that, in the second part, we are going to talk about Python object-oriented programming, and we are going to make examples. Like we are going to talk about class and objects, initializer method, inheritance, multiple inheritance, multi-level inheritance, super function, hierarchical inheritance, polymorphism, and encapsulation. So in the third part we are going to talk about Python database programming. We are going to talk about 3 databases like MySQL, SQLite, and also Postgres, and we are going to make examples on CRUD with Python MySQL and CRUD with Python SQLite, CRUD with Python Postgres. And in the fourth part we are going to talk about Python socket programming. We will have socket introduction, how to get host name, get website IP address, Python TCP client, Python converting IP address, Python socket set timeout, and also Python socket printing current time. And the fifth part, it's our last part, we are going to talk about Python Firebase. So how you can use Firebase in Python, and we will talk about Firebase authentication with email and password. After that we will talk about Firebase storage in Python and also Firebase real-time database in Python. So now let's get started and we are going to start our course. Okay, so before starting our coding in Python programming language, you need to download Python. So you can just open python.org and you can download Python from their official websites. So you can click on downloads and you can download according to your operating system. So the installation process is so simple. So after download and installing of Python, you need to I'm going to use PyCharm IDE. So for the complete course I'm using PyCharm IDE community edition. So it is a free and you can download from the JetBrains website. Also you can use professional, it is a paid version, but we are using a community version, and you can download this according to your operating system if it's Windows, Mac, or Linux. So after download and installing of these two, we are going to start our coding. In this part I want to show you that how you can print something in the screen, or how you can print hello world. So when you want to learn a new programming language, the first thing will be printing of hello world. So how you can do this in Python? If you're familiar with other programming languages like C++, Java, or C#, for example in C++ you can do by cout, or in Java you can do by system.println, and in C# you can do by console.writeLine. But in Python programming language also you can use easily to do this. So this is my PyCharm IDE and I have created a new project, and I'm going to click on new. I'm going to choose Python file, and you need to give a name. So for example I want to give it hello world or whatever you want. So now the first thing I need, this is my file. Now you can simply print hello world, and if you print this you can see we have hello world in here. Also you can figure out this. Let me just bring this in the right, so we will use this like this. Okay, so for example let me print another. You can simply print Python developers. So if you run this, so you can see we have Python developers in here. Also, you can print numbers. You can print, for example, 7. If I run this, you can see we have 7. Or a floating number, 1.5. You can print this. We have 1.5 in here. In this part, I'm going to show you that how you can create variables in Python programming language. So as you know, variables are used to store values. So you can create variables in Python in a simple way. For example, you can simply write the name of your variable and you can write the value. So this is the name of my variable and I want to store the 6 data in this variable. Now I can use this variable print number, and if I run this, you can see I have 6. So like other programming language, in Python you don't need to specify the type in here. For example, if you want to create a string variable, for example name, in C++ you need to specify string name, but in Python programming language you don't need to do this. You can simply just write name and you can print this name, and if you run this, you can see we have this name. Also, you can print a text. So text, let me write hello, and you can print this text. If you run this, you can see we have our text in here. Also, you can print float numbers. So I want to create a variable and I can print this float number. So let me just now run this. You can see I have this float number in here. In this part, I'm going to talk about the variable naming rules. So the first rule, variable names should contain only letters, numbers, and underscores. You can create a variable that starts with a letter or underscore, but not with a number. So what I mean, for example, if you create a variable like this, you cannot do like this. But if you create a variable like this, there is no problem and you can do this. Also, you can print this. So you can just simply print this name. And let me remove this. So now you can see this is my variable. So this was the first rule. The second rule is that you cannot add space in variables, but you can use underscore. For example, if you want to create a variable and you do like this, so you cannot do like this. But if you do like this, there is no problem for this, and you can create variable like this, and you can print this hello world. And if I run this, you can see we have hello world in here. The third rule, so don't use Python built-in keywords and functions as your variables. So there are different built-in keywords and functions in Python. We'll talk about this in the later parts. But for example, if you want to create a variable at name of print, and it's because we have print and it is a built-in function, and if you do print, you will receive error because we cannot use this. So let me just run this and you can see we are receiving error. In this part, we are going to talk about different Python data types. So basically there are different standard or built-in data types in Python programming language. So in this part we are going to just have a simple introduction, and in the later parts we will create examples of these data types. So the first we have numeric or numbers. So in the numeric or numbers we have different categories like integer, complex numbers, and floating numbers. Also we have dictionary, we have boolean, we have set, and also we have sequence. So in the sequence we have string, tuples, and also list. So the first data type that we are going to learn, that's called number. So you can create number simply, easily. For example, this is my variable and I have set the value of 10. If I print a, you will see that I'm receiving 10. Like this you can create floating numbers. So 2.5. If you print b, you will see that I have 2.5. Now you can convert these, you can do conversion or typecast. For example, I want to convert this a to a float number, so you can simply do print and you can use float. So it's a built-in method in the numbers that you can use. So there are different built-in methods, but one of them are float, so you can use float. And I want to convert this a to float. So if I run this, you will see that I have received this. Also you can convert this to an integer, so you can simply print int. So it is a built-in method in numbers, and you can write the p in here. So if you print this, you will see that we receive 2, because it converted to a number. Also there are different methods in numbers. So this was the first and this is the second. Also there are some more methods that you can use. For example, ABS. So ABS return the absolute value of a number. For example, if we have a number like this, if you want to find the absolute ABS of this number, you can use print ABS and you can give the X. So if I run this, you will see that I am receiving 5. You can see we have 5. Also you can so this was ABS. Also you can use the POW or POW, so it returns the power of a number. So let me POW. For example, I want to print 10 to power of 2. So if I run this, I should receive 100. So if I run this, you can see I have received 100 in here. Also you can round a number. So the round method or function in number returns the rounded number. So you can simply, for example, print, you need to use the round function and you need to give the number. For example, I want 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, and in here you need to write the end digits. So I want to, it should be 2. So if I run this, okay, so this is like, okay, now you can see we have rounded this first 2 digits. So if you make it 3, you will see we are receiving 1, 2, 3. So if I run this, you can see 1, 2, 3. If I make it 1, if you run this, you can see we have received this. In this part we are going to talk about different arithmetic operations on numbers. So there are different arithmetic operations that you can do on numbers. For example, add, addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, and also modulus. So let me first, for example, I have two numbers, so 10, and my b is, for example, 4. So you can sum these two numbers, so a plus b, and if you print sum, we will receive 14. Also, you can do minus, for example, let me write minus a minus b, and you can print minus. If you run this, you will see that we have 6 in here. Also, you can do multiplication. For example, you want to multiply these two numbers, a times b, and if you print, we will see 40. You can see we have 40. Also, you can do division, so a divided by b, and I can print div. If you run this, you see we have 2.5, a floating number. Also, you can find the modulus, so you can use modulus for the finding of the remainder of the division. So for example, if we divide these two, the modulus or remainder should be 2. So now let me just show you. You can simply do remainder a modulus b, and now I can print the remainder. And if I run this, you can see the remainder is 2. In this part, we are going to talk about another data type of Python that's called string. So string is another data type of Python programming language. So let me just create a string. For example, you can simply create a string like this, and you can print this string. So if you run this, you will see that I have this my name. Also, you can access to specific index of a string. So for example, I want to access to the 0 index of this string, or I want to access to the second index of this string. So if I run this, you can see we have this is our 0, 0, and this is our first. Also, you can use escape sequence in string. So for example, you want to write your hello. For example, you have a hello world. Let me write hello world. Right now, if I print this hello, it will be in one line. For example, I want to write the hello in the first line and the world in the second line. So for this, you can use \n. So this is used for writing in the new line. Also, you can use, for example, you want to do spacing, so you can use a. So if you run this, you will see that I have space in here. Also, you can use t, so it's for tab, like this. You can see. So this was some example of escape sequence. Also, you can do some operations on a string. So let me create the example of string operators. For example, I have a hello, and I have b world. So I want to do concatenation on these two, so you can a plus b, and if you run this, you will see that I have hello world in here. So this is. Also, you can concatenate multiple copies. For example, I want to print this hello, for example, 4 times. So I'm going to multiply by 4. So if I run this, you can see I have 4 times this hello. Also, you can fetch the character in a range. For example, I can print from this hello the characters between 1 up to 3. So if I run this, so you can see I have this EL. Also, you can use N. So N or IN return true if the character exists. So let me just show you the example. So print, I want to say that if this HE is in my this A, so if it is in there, it will show me a true. So if I run this, you can see I have true. And if I change this to something like this, I will receive false for this, like this. Also, you can do string formatting if you want. So let me just remove all of these. For string formatting, for example, I have name, so whatever you want, and I have age, and I can simply write, for example, my name is. So you can use these for string formatting. So this is for my name, this is like placeholder, and my age is, so this is for age. Now I can format this, and so now I can write the 2 variables that I have created, my name and also my age. So now if I run this, let me bring it back in here. So you can see my name is Parwiz and my age is 23. So this was a simple example of string formatting. Also, there are built-in methods that you can use in Python programming language for a string. So for example, I have a test of this is called Python. Now I can so let me so the first letter is not capitalized. I want to capitalize the first letter, so I can simply write test dot capitalize, and if I run this, you can see that this first P is capitalized. Also, I can do capitalize or convert my this Python to uppercase. So you can use print test dot upper, and now if I run this, you will see that I have Python and it's converted. Also, you can do the same for the lower. So let me just write Python, and you can convert this test1 to the lower case. So if I run this, you can see we have all lowercase. Also, you can find using a find function to find a letter or a character. So you can write print, I want to do test, so I want to find in the test dot find, and I want to find, for example, P, and if I run this, you can see it is located in the 0th index. So if I want to find the Y, it should be in the 1st index, like this. Also, you can find the length of for example, text. So you can simply write, for example, I want to find the length of this test, and if I print this, you can see it is 6 character. In this part, we are going to talk about another kind of data types that's called list. So list is a collection of items of different data types. It means that in a list you can add different data types. Also, list objects are mutable. It means that you can change the list items. So let me show you an example. I have my list in here, and I can add some names. So it's string data type, string type, and I can add for example numbers like this. I can add float numbers, and also I can add boolean value like this. So if you print my list, you can see that I have this list. Also, I have said that list objects are immutable, so it means that you can change list. For example, I want to change this John to so this is the index 0 and index 1, so I want to change this to, for example, changed. Now if I print my list, you can see that it is changed. Also, you can delete a list. For example, I want to delete this my list, and now if I print my list, so let me just print this, you can see that in here for the third time I cannot print this because it's telling that my list is not defined. So also you can do some operations on the list, so let me just remove this, and for example you can add two lists. So I have a list and I have another list, and you can print a plus b. So if I run this, you can see I have added these two lists together. Also, you can multiply the list, so I want to multiply my list A by 3. So you can see that I have multiplied the list A 3 times. Also, you can slice a list. So for slicing, you can simply, let me slice the index 2. So if I run this, you can see I have 3. So in here 0 1 0 1, this 2. Also, you can do range slice, so I can do range slice. So I want to print the value between 1 and 2 or 3. So now let me just run this, so you can see this is the data, the value. Also, you can use n, so n return a boolean value of true if an item exists on a list. So for example, I'm going to say that if 2 is in our A list, so print 2 in A, so I should receive a true because 2 is in my A, so true. If I change this, for example, to 6, I should receive false because I don't have the 6 in my A list. There are different built-in methods that you can use in list. Let me remove these. So let me just remove all. Okay, so for example, you can find the length of a list using length function. So I want to find the length, and if I run this, so you can see the length is 4. Also, you can find the largest number of a list using max. So print max A, so I should receive 4 because the 4 is the largest item in here. So if I run this, you can see this is 4. Also, you can find the mean item of for example B. So in B, the minimum item is 5. So if I run this, you can see I have received 5. Also, you can append something to a list. Let me just remove this. For example, I have a list of languages, and in here I have Java, Python, and also C++. So you can append to these. So append, I want to append to my list C# also, and if I print language, you can see that I have C# also in here. Also, you can insert an item in a specific index or position. For example, I want to add the C# language. I want to insert the C# language after the Java language. So you can use insert. If I now print my language list, and if I run this, you can see after Java I have C#. Also, you can remove an item. For example, language.remove, and I want to remove Java. So now if I print my language, you will see that I don't have Java. You can see I have C#. Also, you can reverse your list, so you can simply write language.reverse, and now you can, if you print your language, you can see that we have reverse of our list. So you can see this is now it's reverse in the reverse. Also, you can sort your list, so you can simply write language.sort, and you can print language, and if you run this, you can see now it is sorted. In this part, I'm going to talk about tuple. So tuple is a collection which is ordered and you cannot change. It means that tuples are immutable and you cannot change. So you can create a tuple using round brackets. Now let me show you the example. For example, I want to create a tuple of programming, and let me just add, for example, Java, and you can add, for example, Python, and also you can add C++. So now if I print this programming, and if you run this, you can see we have Java, Python, C++. And if you see the type of this programming, so let me just show you the type of this programming. You can see that it is a tuple data type. So you can see it's class tuple. Now if you want to access to, for example, an item of tuple, you can do print programming. For example, I want to access to the so it is 0 index, it is first one, and it is second. So I want to access to the second, and if you print this, you can see we have received Python. And if you change this to 2, you will see that we are receiving C++. And if you change this to 0, you will see that we should receive Java, like this. Now also you can do negative indexing in tuples. It means that you can access a tuple item from the end. So what I mean, for example, let me just remove this tuple print. So if you print programming, and if you do -1, you will receive a C++ in here from the end. And if you do -2, you can see that we are receiving Python. And if you do this -3, you will see that we are receiving Java. So like this, you can do negative indexing in tuple. Also, you can specify a range of index in tuples. So now just let me show you, and let me just add some more programming language in here. For example, I want to add C#, and I want to add Ruby, like this. Okay, so now if I, for example, I want to for example, I want to access the first, second, and also third element of this tuple. So the first index, the second index, and also the third index. So you can do simply programming first up to 4. So now if you run this, so you can see we have the second and the first index, the second index and the third index, and we have access to these using this. And if you change this to 3 and if you run this, you can see that we have just Python and C++. So as in the first, I have said that you cannot change a tuple because it is immutable, but there is a way that you can add items in a tuple. By default, you cannot do this because it is immutable, but you can convert your tuple to the list. You can add your value or item, and after that you again convert the list to the tuple. So now let me just show you what I mean. For example, I have this. Now the first thing I need, I'm going to convert this to a list, and let me just convert this to a list. And now after this, I'm going to add my value. So I want to add in the second index, for example, PHP, like this. Okay, now after this, I'm going to back convert this to the tuple. So pt tuple, and I want to convert the p. Now I can print pt, and if you run this, you can see I have Java, Python, and this is the PHP that I have added like this. So like this, you can add items to the tuple, and also you can join two tuples. For example, let me just remove this. For example, I have T1, and this is 1 2 3 4 5 6, and I have T2, and these as this is A, we have B, and also we have C. So you can simply do print T1 plus T2, and if you run this, you can see we have joined these two tuples. So also you could do like this. So let me show you. T3 T1 plus T2, and in here you can just print T3 and the result will be the same. So now let me just run this. You can see we are receiving the same result. In this part, we are going to talk about a dictionary. So a dictionary is an unordered collection of data values, and it is used to store a data value like a map. So in dictionary, we will have a pair key value, and in Python, you can create dictionary by using curly brackets. So now let me just show you. For example, I have my dict, and you can create by using these curly brackets. Now so if you print my dict, you will see that we have an empty dictionary. So now you can add I have said that in dictionary you can use key pair value. So for example, let me just now create a name. So also you can create the value. So let me just give, and you can give, for example, last name, and whatever you want you can give. And also let me just add one more, and this is phone, and let me just add like this. Okay, now if you print this, so let me just print my dict, and if you run this, so you can see that we have these data in here. And if you print, let me just print the type of my dict, and if you run this, so you can see it's a class dict or dictionary. Also you can access to an item in a dictionary. So let me just show you. For example, I want to access this name. You can just simply use print my dict, and I want to access to the name, and if you run this, you can see we have our name. And if you change this to last name, sorry, and if you run this, you can see we have last name. Also you can change this to phone, and if I run this, you can see we have our phone number in here. Also, you can change the value of a dictionary. Now let me just show you. So for example, in my dictionary I want to change this name, so you can simply write my dict, and I want to change the name to, for example, another value. Let me write John Doe, and now if I print my dict and if I run this, you can see now it's changed to another value. Also, you can print the length of a dictionary, so you can simply use print length my dict, and if you run this, you will see the length of a dictionary. So this is 3. Also, you can add an item to a dictionary. So for example, I want to add an email item to this dictionary, and the value I want to, for example, give it like this. Now if I print my dict, you will see that I have another item in here. Okay, now let me just bring it in here. You can see I have another item. This is email, and I have added this successfully. So now after this, if you want to, so this was adding an item. For example, I want to remove an item, also you can do. So let me just you can use pop. So for example, my dict.pop, and I want to remove the name. And now if I print my dict and if I run this, you can see I don't have the name, just I have the last name and also the phone. So like this you can pop an item. Also you can clear the complete dictionary. You can simply use my dict.clear, and now if you print my dict, let me just run it, you can see we have an empty dictionary. And also you can copy, so you can copy a dictionary. So for example, let me create a new dict, and you can use copy, so my dict.copy, and now if you print the new dict, you will see that we are receiving the data, and we have copied the data from our my dict dictionary to new dict, and this is our values. In this part we are going to talk about set. So in Python, set is an unordered collection of data type that is iterable, mutable, and has no duplicate elements. So you can create a set by using curly brackets in Python. So now let me just show you. For example, I'm going to create for example, programming set, and you can give a curly bracket, and you can write, for example, Python, Java, and also C++. Now I'm going to print this programming, and if I run this, you can see we have this. If I print the type of this programming, programming, and if I run this, you can see that the class is set. Now if you want to access an item in the set, we cannot do this. So we cannot access the item of a set by using index, because sets are unordered collections. But you can use for loop, or you can use n to check if an item exists in our set. So we haven't learned about loop for right now, but let me just create, but we'll learn about loop in the further parts. Now for example, I have this. Let me just remove this. I have this set and I want to loop through this set, so you can use p in programming, and I can just print the p. So now if you run this, you can see that we have done iteration over the set. Also, you can check if an item exists, so you can use print Python in programming, and if I run this, you'll see that I will receive true. It takes a boolean value. And if I change to this, for example, let me just give this, and if I run this, you can see I am receiving false because we don't have this item in our set. Also, you cannot change an item in set. For example, if you want to change this, you cannot do, but you can add a new item to the set. So now let me just show you an example. For example, I want to add programming dot add. You can use add, and I want to add PHP in my this set. So if I print programming and if I run this, you will see that I have 4 items. So you can see I have PHP in here. Also, you can find the length of a set, so you can use print length of programming, and if you run this, you will receive 3. So also you can do remove. So for example, if you want to remove an item, you can do. So now let me just show you. You can use remove. So for example, programming dot remove, and I want to remove Java. And if I print programming and if I check this, you can see that I have just Python and also C++. Also, you can join 2 sets. For example, if you have 2 sets and you want to join, you can do. Now let me just show you. Let me remove remove. Okay, now I have programming. Now let me change this to, for example, S1, and I want to create S2, and let me just add 1 2 3 4, and now you can use S3, and you can use a union. So dot union, and you can add your S2 in here. Now if I print S3, let me just run this. So you can see we have joined these 2 sets together. Also, you can update. So for example, using update method, you can insert item of S1 to S2. For example, if you want to add the item of S1 to S2, so it's like union, you can use update. So let me just remove this. You can simply write S1 dot update and S2. So now if I print S1, you can see I have the items of S2 in my S1. So you can see I have like this. So like this, you can create set in Python. In this part, I want to show you that how you can use for loop in Python programming language. So using a for loop, you can iterate our list, tuples, set, or string in Python programming language. So now let me show you an example. I want to loop our a list. So now let me just first create a list in here. So let me call it programming and Python, Java, C#, and C++. So now, using a for loop, I'm going to iterate over this list. So you can use for, and you can give a name whatever you want. For example, I want to give it for P and in programming. So I want to loop on my programming. Now you can print P in here. Okay, so now if I run this, you can see that I have Python, Java, C#, C++. So you can see I have simply looped through this. Also, you can loop on a string. So let me just remove this. For example, you want to loop our string. Let me first create a string. I have a string. It's called, for example, Python, and I want to over this Python, and I want to print Python. So now you can simply write for p in my string, and you can print the p. So this is whatever you want. For example, you can give it x. Now you need to print x, and now if you run this, you can see I have the python. So this was for this looping over a string. Also, let me just show you a simple example a little complex example. For example, I have some numbers in a list of numbers. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and first I want to loop over these numbers, and after that I want to sum these numbers together. So now let me just create a variable of s, and I want to make it 0. Now first I'm going to for p in n, so I want to loop over this n list that I have numbers, and after that I'm going to plus this numbers on p, so plus, and I want to write the result on my s variable. Okay, now if I print this s, so let me just run this. Now you can see that it has looped over this list, and it has summed these numbers. So also you can use a break statement in a loop. So using a break statement, we can stop the loop before it has looped through all the items. For example, I have programming and some programmings like Python, Java, and C# or C++, and now I want to loop on this list, so programming, and I want to print p, and now I'm going to check. So for right now we haven't learned about if else, but we will learn in the next part. So if p is C#, we are going to break the loop. So now if I run this, it will when it arrives to the C#, it will exit the loop. So you can see we haven't received the C++ because we have said that if p is equal to C#, we are going to break our for loop. Also, you can use range. So by using range, we can generate a sequence of numbers in Python programming language. For example, you can simply write for n in a range of 10. So I want to print from 0 up to 10. Now if I print n and n, and if I run this, you will see that I have 0 up to 9 in here. So we have solved for loop. In this part we are going to create an example of a while loop. So using a while loop, we can iterate over a block of code as long as the test condition is true. So now what I mean, for example, let me just create an example. I have n to 1 and I'm going to create a while. So while n is less than 8, we are going to print the n, and also we are going to increment our value. So like this. And now in this example, it's going to check. First, it's going to check our condition. So if the condition is true, it's going to loop, and also it's incrementing n value. But when our condition become false, it will exit the loop. So now our condition is this, that if our n is less than 8, we are going to print the value, and we are going to increment the value of n. But if our loop became false, if our condition became false, we are going to exit the loop. So now if I run this, you can see we are going to receive 1 to 7. So up to 7 the condition is true, but after that the condition became false, and it exit the loop. So if I change this to 9, you can see we will receive, so the condition became true up to 8 number, and after that it will become false and it will exit the while loop. In this part we are going to talk about if-else statement. So using an if-else statement we can check the condition of a statement. So for example, I have two variables, one is 20 and the second is 10. So now I'm going to use if. So if a is greater than b, we are going to print that a is greater than b. So now in here we are going to check. So you can see we have a to 20 and b to 10, and now we are going to use if, and we are going to check that if our a is greater than b, we are going to just print that a is greater than b. Now if I run this, obviously we are receiving that a is greater than b because a is greater than b. And if I change this b to 40, now our a is not greater than b, and if I run this, you will see that I'm not receiving anything in here. Okay, now also let me just change it to 10. Also we are going to use else, so because right now if it is 40 and if we run this, the condition become false and we are not receiving anything in here, and in this situation we are going to also use else. So you can write else. So else, in the else condition, I'm going to just print that a is smaller than b. Okay, so now if I run this, this condition became false, but this condition became true. So now let me just run this. You can see a is smaller than b, obviously because our b is 40. And if I change this to 10 again, this condition became false and this condition became true. Now let me just run it again. You can see a is greater than b. Also you can use elif, so you can check another condition here. So elif, and let me write if a is equal to b, I'm going to print that a and b are equal. So a and b are equal. So now let me just run this. So let me just make this to 20. So now you can see this condition and this condition became false and this condition became true because our a and b are 20. So this was if-else statement in Python programming language. So in this part I'm going to show you that how you can use short and if-else in Python programming language. So for example, I have a to 20 and b to 10. Now using a short and, you can simply use, for example, I want to check if a is greater than b, I'm going to print that a is greater than b. So you can see that we have used just and we have used our condition of if in a just single line. So now if I run this, you can see a is greater than b. So for example, if you add another one, for example else condition, also you can do. So now let me show you. For example, let me first write print a is greater than b, and now I'm going to check the condition. So if a is greater than b, I'm going to say that a is greater than b. In the else case, so in the else case, I'm going to print that a is smaller than b. A is smaller than b. Okay, so you can see first I'm going to check that if a is greater than b. So if this condition was true, I'm going to print that a is greater than b. But in the else condition, so if it become false, we are going to write that a is smaller than b. So now let me just run this. We are going to receive a is greater than b. But if I change this to 40, now we can see that the first condition become false. And if I run this, you can see that a is smaller than b. So like this, you can use shorthand if-else in Python programming language. In this part, we are going to talk about Python functions. So a function is a block of code which only runs when it's called. So we can use diff in Python programming language to create a function. So for creating function, you can just simply use diff hello, and in the hello, I'm going to just print hello world. Now, right now, if I run this, there will be nothing we will see in here, because when you create function, we need to call this function. So you can just simply call this function or method in here, so hello. And if I run this, you can see I'm receiving hello world. Now you can call it as much as you want, so like this. So 4 times I'm going to call it. And now if you run this, you can see that we have 4 hello world in here. Also, you can pass information or arguments to a function. For example, let me just remove this, and I'm going to create a diff print underscore name. And now in here you can use, for example, I want to pass this my name, and now I need to print my name. I'm going to print my name. Okay, so now when I call this method or value, so print name, you can see it is expecting my name in here. And if I run this like this, you will see that I'm receiving error, and it's telling that type print name missing one required positional argument. And if you give this in here a name, so let me just give it like this, and if you run this, you can see that we have the name. And if let me just copy and paste it again, and let me, for example, run it again, you can see I have another name in here. So now let me just make it a little bit more. So I want to add 2 numbers, so let me pass to AB, and now I want to sum these 2 numbers, so I'm going to just print A plus B. Okay, so now if I call my add in here, now it's expecting A and B. So let me just give it 5 6. Let me just call once more. For example, I'm going to give it 2 3, and now if I run this, you can see that we have the sum of these 2 numbers. So also you can use default parameter in your functions or methods. For example, let me just create my print name again in here. So I have print name in here, and by default I'm going to just give in here a default value. So now you can just print and hello, you can concatenate this with the name. Okay, so before this, you have saw that when I'm going to add an parameter in here, we need to add the value. So but in here we don't receive any error because we have a default value, even though it's expecting a name. But if I run this, you can see we're not receiving any error because we have a default in here. But also you can add yours. So for example, let me add John Doe, and if I run this, and you can see we have hello John Doe in here. Also a function, so a function doesn't always have to display its output directly, and instead it can process some data and then return a value or set of values. So now I want to show you that how you can return a value in here. So I'm using diff add. This time I'm going to use AB, and now I'm going to just return A plus B in here. Okay, so now if I call this, so let me just call my add. Now we need to add 2 value in here, so 4 5 4, and now I can print my S in here. Now if I run this, you can see I have 9 in here. Also you can pass a list to a function. So let me just show you the example. For example, I have a function or method of programming, and so now let me just call it pro, and I'm going to pass programming in here. And now I want to loop over this programming. So for P in programming, and I'm going to print the P. So now I'm going to create my let me call it prog, a list of programming, so Python and Java, so C#, C++. Okay, now I can call my this pro and I can pass this prog in here. Now if I run this, you will see that I have the list of these data in here. In this part I want to show you that how you can use inputs in Python programming language. So for example, let me create a variable of name, and I want to get input from the users, and I want to say that please enter your name. So after the user entered his or her name, I'm going to just print the name in the console. So I'm going to say your name is, and I want to add my name in here like this. Okay, so now if I run this and if I say, for example, in here my name, you can see your name is Parwiz. And if I run it again and if I write something other, and you can see your name is John Doe. So like this you can use user input, this input function in Python, to get input from the user. In this part I want to show you that how you can do file handling in Python programming language, how you can open a file, how you can read a file, and how you can write to a file. For example, I have this file and with 2 lines of text, and now I want to do file handling on my this file. So now you can just you can use open to open your file. So it needs a parameter of file name. First you need to add the file name, it's file.txt, and another one is that you need to specify the mode. So I want to open this file in the read mode, so I'm going to give it R. Now you can print f.read, and now if I run this, you can see I have read my this file in the console of Python. Also you can read, for example, if you want to read, let me just comment this. Okay, for example, if you want to read so some lines, so you can use print f.read and you can give 10. So you can see we have welcome to, and also you can use read line. So the read line is for just it reads the first line. So in here you can see we have just 2 lines, and using read line it will read just the first line. Now you can just use print f.read line, and if you run this, you can see that we have just first line in here. Also you can loop through the file. So let me just show you. You can use for x and f, and we are going to print the x. So now if you run this, so you can see that this is the looping over this file. And also it's a good idea to, when you want to read, always you need to close your file. So you could, for example, write print f.read line, and after that you can simply f.close. You need to close the file, and if you run this, the result is the same, but it is good to use close after reading your file. Also you can write to a file. So for example, I have this file and I want to write to this file. So first you need to open this, and after that you need to specify the mode. For example, right now it's R mode. There are different mode I have said. For example, I'm using A, it's append mode. Now it will append text to our this file. Now you can just simply write f.write and you can say this this is our new text, and after that you need to close this like this. And so now if you run this, so for right now you can see we have just this you can see we have in here the video, and it will append at the end. So now let me just run it, and if I see in here, so now you can see that we have it has append in here. And also you can open and read the file after the appending. So for example, I have done this, and now I want to open this. So if open, and I want to open file.txt, this time I want it should be in R or read mode, and now I can print f.read, and if I run this you will see that I have this another text also in here. So like this you can do some file handling in Python programming. So in this video, in the first we are going to introduce some concepts like what are classes, what are objects, and after that I will open my PyCharm IDE and I will show you the practical example of creating classes and objects in Python. So first of all, Python is an object-oriented programming language. What it means that we can solve a problem in Python language by creating objects in our programs. In this video, particularly in this video and in our first object-oriented video, we are going to discuss some OOPS concepts such as what are classes, what are objects, and also I'm going to show you that how you can create your first class in Python. Now there are some more principles on object-oriented programming such as inheritance, polymorphism, abstraction, encapsulation. So we will not cover these topics in this video. In this video just we are going to cover how you can create class and how you can create objects. So first of all, what are objects? There are two definitions for the object. The first one is objects in real world. So objects in real world are some things that we can sense, feel, and manipulate. So you can look around you now, and we can see many examples of real world objects. For example, your dog, your cat, or a human being. These real world objects share two characteristics. So the first one, that they all have attributes, and the second one is that they all have behaviors. For example, if we suppose a dog dogs have attributes like name, color, bred, hungry, and also dogs have behaviors like barking, fetching, and also slobbering. So if we for example, if we pretend a person, for the attributes we can tell that a person have a name, color, skin color, and like this. Also for the behavior we can tell that a person can walk, can talk, or can eat. Now this was in real world, but in software development the definition of an object is not so very different. In software development, objects are not typically some things that we can pick up, sense, or feel, but they are models of something that can do certain things and have certain things done to them. Formally, an object, we can tell that in software development an object is a collection of data and associated behaviors. Now what's class? A class is a blueprint for the objects. Also a class is a way of organizing information about a type of data. so a programmer can reuse elements when making multiple instances of that data type. For example, if you are a programmer and you have a class, for example a class car, and you want to create 3 instances of the car. Maybe you want to create a BMW, a Ferrari, or a Ford. Now for every instance you will have different attributes. For example, maybe there are different models and maybe there are different colors. So this was a simple introduction to class and objects. Now we are going to open our PyCharm IDE, and I'm going to show you the practical example of creating classes and objects in Python. Okay guys, now this is my PyCharm IDE, and I'm going to create a new Python file. Right click my Python and I call it my class. So for creating classes in Python, it's so simple. You can just write a class, and after that you write your class name. So my class name, for example, I want to give it my class, and you can now after this, in here you can write your instruction, but for right now I'm going to just write pass because I don't want to create something right now. So now we have created our first class, and now we want to create the object of this class. So creating object is so simple. So let me create the first object. I call it class 1 and my class. So this is my first object, and let me create another object, class 2, and I call it my class. So now if I print these 2 objects, print class 1, and also let me print class 2. Okay, now we have created objects of 2 classes and we have printed. Let me run it. So now you can see we have received 2 objects of our class. So this is the first object of my class that is located in this memory location address, and this is my second object that is located in this memory location. So you can see that the memory address locations are different. So this was our first simple class, but now we have a basic class, but it's useless because it doesn't contain any data and it doesn't do anything. What do we have to do to assign some attributes to a given object? So let me show you that how you can assign attributes for this. In here, let me remove this, and I want to create a new class. I'm going to create a class employee. So this class employee, right now I'm going to just pass this. I want to let me create some objects. So emp1 employee. So let me create another object and employee. Okay, now this is our 2 objects. I want to assign some attributes to this object. For example, emp1 dot first name. So I want to give it, for example, my name, and emp1 dot email. I want to give it an email, or you can give it pr@gmail.com, and also you can give emp1 dot salary. So salary. For this I can give it like this. Okay, now this is our first object. Let me copy this and assign these attributes for my second object. So like this, and I am going to change this to John and change the email to john@gmail.com, and also change the salary. Okay, we have a now you can print this. Let me print. You can simply print, and let me print first name. So first name, and you can give it employ emp1 dot first name, and let me bring it in here. Okay, now let me just print the salary of object 2. So salary, and you can em2 dot salary. So also convert this salary to string because it is integer. Let me convert this, and now okay, now I'm going to print this. Okay, now you can see that for the first name I have this first name. This is from my first object, and the salary is from my second object. So now we have successfully assigned some attributes to our objects. After this, these are some attributes. Giving attributes is a good idea, but in object-oriented programming, is really about the interaction between objects. So we are interested in invoking actions and behaviors that cause something to happen to those attributes. So in this video, in this section, I'm going to show you how you can create some behaviors or methods to our classes. Now I'm going to remove all, and let me create a new class. So I call it class employee, and now I'm going to create a div full name. So now this is when we are going to create a method in our class, we need to give self, because the self argument is simply a reference to the object of that method. That method is being invoked. So now let me self dot first name, and let me give it a name, and self dot last name, like this. And now this is our class. Let me create an object of this. So in p1, and I call it employee. This is my object, and emp dot full name, and let me print emp dot first name, and also emp1 dot last name. Okay, now let me run it. Okay, now you can see we have this name, my first name and also my last name. So now in this section I'm going to show you how you can add, for example, you want to add arguments in your methods. So now I'm going to show you how you can add this. So let me remove this class, and let me create a new class, employee. You can give object in here, there is no problem. By default, when we are going to create a class, it inherits from object. So now let me create a method, so full name, and in here I want to give some arguments, so first name and also last name. Now in here I'm going to self dot last name, make it to the last name, and self dot first name, and make it first name. Okay, now we need to print this, so print first name plus last name. Okay, now let me create object. So in p1 I want to create employee object, and now you can simply call your function or method, so dot full name, and in here you need to add your two arguments. So let me add a name, John Doe. Okay, now let me run it. Now you can see we have received John Doe. Let me create another object, so emp2 employee, and now I can emp2.fullname. So let me write my name and let me run it. Now you can see I have received my name. In this video we are going to continue our object-oriented topics, and we are going to learn about Python initializer method. So in some other programming languages like C++ or Java, we have constructor, and this initializer method is the similar concept of constructor. So by using this initializer method, this method is called when an object is created from the class, and this method allows the class to initialize the attributes of the class. Now I'm going to open my PyCharm IDE, and I'm going to show you the practical example of creating initializer method in Python language. So now this is my PyCharm IDE, and this is from the previous video that we have created classes and objects. Now I'm going to create a new Python file, and I call it initializer method. So also you can call it constructor. Okay, now let me create a new class. So class car, now creating initializer method, you can give div and init. This is a reserved word in Python programming language. Now in here I can give, for example, model, also color, and also speed. Now after this you can simply write self.model is model, and self.color is color, and self.speed is speed. Okay, now we have created our class, and also we have created our initializer method. Let me create some more behaviors. So div start, and let me print self.model is started, and let me create another method, div stop, and print self.model is stopped, and let me create another method in here, div accelerate. So now we can print self.model is accelerating. Okay, now let me create some object for this class, and so let me create a Suzuki underscore car and car, and let me give for example Suzuki, and the color is red, and the speed is ET, for example. You can give it, and let me create another object, for example Ferrari car, and car, so Ferrari, and let me give the color, for example black, and also the speed to 40. Now we have created two objects. Now you can call these methods that you have created. So for Suzuki, let me Suzuki car dot start, and now if I run my this code, you can see that Suzuki is started. And if I write, for example, Ferrari car.start, and now if I run it, you can see that Ferrari is started. And if I say, for example, Ferrari.stop, and if I run this, you can see Ferrari is stopped. And also Suzuki car.accelerate, and now if I run it, Suzuki is accelerating, and Ferrari.accelerate, and I receive Ferrari is accelerating. In this video we are going to talk about inheritance in a Python object-oriented program. So inheritance is the most famous relationship in object-oriented programming. Inheritance is sort of like a family tree. For example, we can tell that my father inherited some characteristics from my grandfather, and I inherited some characteristic from my father. In object-oriented programming, one class can inherit attributes and methods from another class. So in inheritance we have the concept of base class and drive class. So now let me show you. For example, in here I have two classes. I have class A and class B. Now in class A I have some attributes like name and age, and also I have a method of diffprint. Now in my class B, now this class B inherit from class A, and now when this class B inherit from class A, class B can access to all attributes and methods of class A. For example, class B can access to the name, class B can access to the age, and also class B can access to the print method. Now in here the class A is called base class, and also we can call it parent class, and for the class B we can call it derived class, and also we can call it child class. So now let me open my PyCharm IDE, and I'm going to show you the practical example of inheritance in Python. So guys, I have opened my PyCharm IDE, and this is my previous, this example is from my previous video that I have talked about creating initializer in Python, so you can watch the previous video. Now I'm going to create a new Python file, and I'm going to call it inheritance. So whatever you can call, there's no problem. After this, let me create a new class. So let me create a class person, and now let me give the initializer. Now this class person will have a name attribute and also age. So let me initialize this self.name name and self.age age. Okay, also this class, there is a method for this class, print details. Now in here I can just print my name is I can give the self.name my age is let me first bring it in here that you can see quickly. Okay, my age is self.age. Also you should convert this to the string str. Okay, now this is our method, and we have a class person with some attributes of name and age. Also we have a method of print details. Now I'm going to create another class. So let me create another class. I call it student. Now this class student inherit from class person, And in this class student, I don't want to add anything, but if you want, you can add the specific attributes or methods of this class. So I'm going to just give it pass. Now we have inherited a class student from class person. Now this class student can access to all attributes and methods of our base class. This class student can access to the name, to the age, and also to the print details. Now let me prove this. I'm going to create a student object and student, and in here I can give it, you can see that in here I have if you check, I have the name and age I should give. So for the name I'm going to give it Parwiz, and for the age I want to give it, for example, 25. Okay, now st1 dot print details. Now you can see we don't have print details or name or age in our student, but because it inherited from the person class, now this class can access to all methods and behaviors of our base class. Now I'm going to run this. Now you can see I have received that my name is Parwiz and my age is 25. Now let me create another object of st2, and let me student John, and let me give it John Doe. So sorry, now let me give it the age to 30. Now is 2 dot print details. Now if I run it, I receive my name is John, and my name is John, my age is 30. So in this video we're going to talk about multiple inheritance. So what is multiple inheritance? If a class inherits more than one class, we can call it multiple inheritance. So what I mean, for example, in here I have two class, class A and class B. So these two class are base class, and after that I have another class that is called class C. Now this class C inherit from class A and B, and this is derived class. Now this class C can access to all attributes and behaviors of class A, and also class C can access to all attributes and behaviors of class B. So this is a simple explanation of multiple inheritance. Now I'm going to open my PyCharm IDE and I'm going to show you the practical example. So now let's open the PyCharm IDE. So guys, this is my PyCharm IDE, and this example is from the previous video. It was about inheritance, so you can watch the previous video if you want. Let me create a new Python file, and I'm going to call it multiple inheritance. Okay, now I have a class A, and in the class A I'm going to just create a method of move like this, and I'm going to print moving like this. Let me create another class at the name of class B. Now this class also, let me create an eat method for this. So print, and let me print eating. Okay, now we have two base class. After this, let me create another class, class C. Now this class C inherit from A and B. Okay, now I don't want to add functionality for this, but if you want you can add. Let me just give it pass. And now this class C can access to our eat method, and also this class C can access to our move method of our two base classes. Let me prove it. I'm going to create an object of C, and now I can see dot. You can see that now I can access to move and eat class of my two base class, C dot move and C dot eat. So now let me run it, and I'm going to run this. Okay, now you can see moving, eating. Even though we don't have this move and eat methods in our class C, but because it drives from it inherited from class B and C, we can access to these methods. Let me create a little complex example that you can know more about multiple inheritance. So first let me create another Python file. Right click and let me create multiple inheritance 2. Okay, now in this class first I'm going to create a class person, so my first base class. In this class let me write the constructor. Now in here I'm going to print like please enter your details. Okay, now after this let me create some attributes for this class. So I'm going to take from the user, so enter name, self.lname, input, enter last name, and also let me give self.phone, input, enter phone. Okay, like this. Also let me add a self.age, input, enter age. Okay, now this is our class person. Also I'm going to create a method for this, so def print details, and in here I'm going to print my let me give it \\n. So I'm going to print first the name like this, and self.name. Also I'm going to print the last name, so last name, self.lname, print I have phone, so phone number, and self.phone, print, and the last one is age, self.age. Okay, now I have created my class person also with some attributes and methods. I'm going to create another class. This class is student marks. I'm going to call it student marks, and and here let me first create the initializer or constructor. So let me print please enter your marks. Now let me add self.mat and convert this to integer, prompt input, sorry, okay, mark. Now you can say mat mark, and self.history, convert this to int because these are integer numbers, so history mark, and let me create another one. So programming, for example, I'm going to write programming int, and you can give input and programming marks mark. Okay, after this let me create a method for my this class. So I want to give it a print details, Okay, now print details. In here I'm going to first I'm going to sum the total marks of these three subjects. So total exam marks, and so self dot math plus self dot story plus self dot programming. Okay, after this I'm going to check so if total max number is less than 80. If this is the case, I'm going to first print the total number. So total exam marks, like this, and let me convert this to string and write the total exam marks. And after this, that I'm going to print that you are failed. Okay. Else, in the else condition, I'm going to first print the total exam marks, and let me convert to str and total exam marks. At the end, I want to write that you are sexist. So like this. Okay. Now this is our another class. Now I'm going to create another class that inherit from these two classes. So this is class what was my okay, this is class student. So I'm going to create a class student, and it inherit from person. So from person and student marks. Let me make it right in here. So class student, and from person also student marks. Okay, now in here let me first create the initializer or constructor, and after this I'm going to call my two base class constructor. So person dot init and student marks dot init, and after this let me create a result method. So print result, and in here I'm going to call my base class method. So person dot print details, and another one is student marks dot print details. Okay, now we have created this class. After this, let me create an object. Now my this class can access to my these attributes, to these class person and class student marks. So I'm going to create a student1 object. So student, and let me student1 dot print result. So print result. Okay, now let me run it. This is my complete code, and I'm going to okay let me make it in here, and I'm going to run my code. Okay, please enter name. So let me enter last name. So like this. Enter phone number. For example, you can give a phone number. Enter age. Okay, now please enter your marks. Let me enter, for example, this time I want to fail, so 20, 30, and also let me give it 20. Okay, now you can see it printed name Parwiz, last name Forogh, phone number this, age 25, total exam mark 70 because it's less than 80, and it's saying me that you are failed. So let me run it again. let me add, for example, this time, and last name, and you can phone number, and you can give age, enter your marks, so 50, 50, 90, and now you can see name Parwiz, and this is phone number, and total exam mark 190, and you are successful. So in this video we are going to talk about multi-level inheritance. So first of all, what is multi-level inheritance? In Python, when you inherit a derived class from another derived class, this is called multi-level inheritance. In Python programming language, multi-level inheritance can be done at any depth. So for example, we have a class A, and this is our base class. We have another class, that class B. Now this class B inherit or derived from class A. We have another class that's called class C. Now this class C inherit from class B. So like this, you can use at any depth multi-level inheritance. Now I'm going to open my PyCharm ID, and I'm going to show you a practical example of multi-level inheritance. So guys, this is my PyCharm ID, and this example is from the previous example that we have created in multiple inheritance. So I'm going to create a simple example of multi-level inheritance. So I want to create a new Python file. I call it multi-level inheritance, and okay. Now let me first create a class. So I'm going to create a class A. Now this class have just a method of move like this. I'm going to print moving. Now I have another class, so at name of class B. Now this class inherit from class A, our base class. So in here I'm going to just write eat and print eating. So we have another class, so this is class C, and now this class C inherit from class B. Now in here I'm going to just write walk and print walking. Okay, now this class B can access to this move method of class A, and this class C can access to the eat and move methods of our these two class, because now this can be as a parent for this class. So if I let me first create the object of, for example, I want to create first the object of B class, so B, and right now if you see in B we have just eat, but now if you can see now we have eat and move for this, so you can choose move and you can choose eat. Now if I run this, I have moving and eating. So let me create the object of my C. So for the C I should have three methods. Walk, this is related to the C class, eat and move, so C and C dot, you can see we have move, and C dot we have eat, and C we have walk. So now if I run this, you can see moving, eating, walking. So let me create another class, so class D. Now this class inherit from class C. Now in here I'm going to just write jumping, and we can print jumping. Okay, now if I create an object of my D class, so now you can see we have eat, move, jump, all of them in our D class. So d.eat, d.move, and d dot jump, this is related to d class, and d dot walk. Okay, now if I run it, you can see eating, moving, jumping, walking. This video I'm going to talk about super function in Python inheritance. So in Python inheritance, super function is used to call a method from the parent class. So what I mean, I'm going to open my PyCharm ID and I want to show you a practical example that what is the use of super function. So guys, I have opened my PyCharm ID and this is from the previous example that was multi-level inheritance. So let me create a new Python file and I call it super function. Okay, now I'm going to create a class, so I call it class vehicle. Now in here I have a method of def start, and in here I'm going to print started, and I have another method of def stop, and I'm going to just print stopped. Okay, after this I have another class, that is class car. It inherits from vehicle, and in here I'm going to write a def result, for example a method. Now using super you can call these two methods in your from parent class to your derived class. So you can simply write super dot, you can see we have start and super dot stop. Okay, now I'm going to create a car class object, so car, and I can just simply call my result, so c dot result, and if I run this you can see I will receive these two methods. Now you can see started, stopped. In this video we are going to talk about hierarchical inheritance. So in the previous videos we have learned about inheritance, multiple inheritance, and multi-level inheritance. So in this video we are going to talk and also create an example of hierarchical inheritance. So in Python object-oriented programming, when a base class derived from more than one class, then that is called hierarchical inheritance. So for example, in here we have a class A. Now also we have three more classes. We have class B, class C, class D. Now class B inherit from class A, class C also inherit from class A, and class D also inherit from class A. So now this kind of inheritance is called hierarchical inheritance. And between these derived classes, class B, class C, class D, there is no relationship. But there is a relationship between class A and class B, class A and class C, class A and class D. Now I'm going to open my PyCharm ID and I want to show you a practical example. So now I have opened my PyCharm ID, and this is from the previous video that we have talked about super functions. And now I'm going to create a new Python file, and I'm going to call it let me call it hierarchical inheritance. Okay. Now for inheritance we have told, for example, we have a class A. Now let me first show you like this. After that I'm going to create an example. So this is my class A and I'm going to leave it blank. After this I have another class, for example class B. Now this class inherit from class A. Also I have another class, class C. Now this class also inherit from class A. I have another class, class D. Now this class also inherit from class A. Now for this kind of inheritance we can call hierarchical inheritance. Between these derived classes there is no relationship, but there's a relationship between A and B, A and C, and also A and D. So now I'm going to remove this. For example, I have a class animal. Now in this class animal, okay, now in this class animal I have a run method, and let me give a argument and self.name name. Okay, also I'm going to print self.name self.name is running. Okay, now after this I have another class. Class dog. Now this class inherits from our animal class. Right now I don't write anything in here, but you can write if you want. So I have another class that is class cat, and it also inherits from animal class. Okay, now if I create the object of dog, so d dog, and if I d dot, now you can see we have access to the name and to the run method of our base class that is animal. So let me just and in here write dog. Okay, now if I run this, now you can see dog is running. And if I create the object of cat, so cat and let me write it cat and cat dot run, you can see now it also access to the method and the attribute of our base class. So let me write cat, and if I run this, you will see that I receive cat is running. Now I have said that there is no relationship between these two classes. Let me show you prove this. For example, in here I have a def walk. In here I have, let me print dog is walking. Okay, now for dog, if I write d dot, you can see in here I have run and also I have walk. Now if I run this, you can see that dog is walking, but in my cat, if I say cat dot, you can see I have just run and name. There is no walk. By this reason we can tell that there is no relationship between the derived classes of hierarchical inheritance. In this video we are going to talk about another concept in object-oriented programming that's called polymorphism. So first of all, what is polymorphism? Now we are going to start with a real world example. For example, as you know, we use milk for drinking, but also milk can also be used to make curd, butter, and etc. So the term polymorphism means to use something in different forms. In software development, to maintain the code and to maintain the simplicity of the code, we will use the concept of polymorphism. So there are two popular examples of polymorphism. So for example, we have method overloading and we have method overriding. So now method overloading is used in a single class where you have the same function name but different set of arguments for each function. And as method overriding is a concept one comes across while making subclasses. For example, we know that a child class can inherit all the methods and attributes from the base class. However, in some situations, the inherited method from the base class does not fit into the child class. On that situation, we need to change that method and re-implement that method in the child class. Now in this scenario we can call it method overriding. Now I'm going to open my PyCharm IDE, and I want to show you the practical example of method overriding and polymorphism. Okay, now this is my PyCharm IDE, and this example is from the previous video, the hierarchical inheritance. Now I have created a new Python file. Let me create a class, so class A, and let me write the initializer for constructor. Def init, and in here I have for example name and also last name. And self dot name to the name, and self dot last name to the last name. Okay, after this let me create a new method of def print details, and in here let me just print my name is plus self dot name, and my last name is last name. Let me bring it in here. Okay, and my last name is plus self dot last name. Okay, now this is my base class. After this let me create another class, and so class B. Now this class inherit from class A, and right now let me just pause this class. Okay, now you know from the inheritance definition that now this B class can access to all attributes and behaviors of my base class. So if I create for example, first let me create the A class object, so AA, and let me give John, and let me give for example John Doe, and now I can call my method, so print details, and if I run this, so you can see that I have my name is John and my last name is Doe, and if I create the object of my B, so B, and if I call b.print details, now if I run this, now you can see that my name is Parwiz and my last name is Forogh. So now we can access to this. But I have said that in the definition of method overriding, that in some scenario you need to change the functionality of this print details, because this print details, so you don't want this for example you also want to print in your this class B, you want to print name, last name, and also the email address. So for this, now this is called method overriding. For this let me create in here in my this class, let me bring some change, so def init, and now in here I'm going to give the name, email, and also name, last name, and also I want the email. Okay, and now self dot name to the name, self dot last name to the last name, and self dot email to email. Okay, now I can create my this print details in here. So let me just copy this and paste it in here. My name is this, and also you need to add plus email, self dot email. Okay, now I need to give also another parameter of email. If you see here, we need to parameter email is unfilled. Now I can give, for example, so now if I run this, you will see that I have changed the functionality of this method. Okay, now you can see for the first print details we have my name is John and my last name is Doe. But for the second, I have, because I have changed, my name is this and my last name is this, and this is the email address. Like this, you can do method overriding. Also, instead of using these all, you can use super function in here. So now super function in here is used for invoking the initializer of the parent class into the child class. Now let me show you. For this, let me just remove these two. Now I want to invoke the super in here, dot init, and in here I want to write the name and also last name. Now if I run this, the result is the same and there is no problem. So let me just run it. Okay, now you can see that the result is the same. So in this video we are going to talk about encapsulation. So first of all, what is encapsulation? Now in Python programming language, we can restrict the access to methods and variables of a class. So this preventing data from direct modification is called encapsulation. So if you're familiar with another programming language like C++ or Java, we can restrict the access to the methods and variables by using public, private, and protected. Now in Python, we denote the private attributes by using single or double lines. Now one thing that you need to remember, Python programming language does not enforce you for the encapsulation. Now let me show you a practical example of encapsulation. I'm going to open my PyCharm IDE. Okay, now this is my PyCharm IDE. As you know, if we create a class, for example class animal, and in here let me just give initializer and name, so self.name name, and let me create another class. So for example class cat. Now it inherits from class animal. Let me create a details method in here. You can print self.name. So now this is the simple inheritance that now my cat can access to the this name variable, and also the now in some cases if you want to so let me run it. Now you can see we have my cat, but when you want to for example you want to restrict the access modifier of a variable or a method. Now let me show you. Let me just remove this, and I'm going to create another example. So for example I have a class vehicle, and there's nothing in class vehicle. Just I'm going to pause this, and I have two methods. So first one is driving, and let me print driving the car. So driving the car, and I have so this is a public method, but let me create a private method also. So you can give __. So let me print details. Now this is print details. So if I create now the object of vehicle outside, so the vehicle, Now v dot, you can see that I have just access to driving because it's public, but I can't access to this print details. Let me just run this for driving. Now for driving I can, you can see driving, driving the cat, not car, sorry. Okay, driving the car. Now you can see, but if I want to access to this, I cannot to this method because this is a private method in Python programming language. So now if you remove these, for example, if I remove this, now it become public. Now if I v dot, now you can see I have print details. Like this, you can access, you can restrict the access modifier to a method. Also, you can do this for a variable. For example, we have a variable and you want to restrict that. Let me just remove this and let me create another class. So class car. Let me write the initializer, and now in here I want to create a private variable, so price 3000, and let me create a method of diff print details. And so first let me just create the object of my car. So let me create c car, and now if c dot, you can see that I cannot access to the price because this is a private variable. Now if I remove this, make it public, if I c dot, now you can see I have the price. Now let me just create a method in here. So diff print details. You can print the details, or print self dot underscore price. Now if I print this, so c dot, now I can print details, and if I run this, you can see now this is the price. Also you can modify this if you want. Now so for example, diff set price, and let me give new price, and I want that self dot underscore price to the new price. Now in here I can create c dot set price, and I want the new price, so 5000, and I can c dot print details, so c dot print details. Now if I run this, you can see now the prices change. Now in this video we are going to start our Python 3 database programming, and particularly in this video I want to show you that how you can connect your Python to MySQL database. Now before this you need to install MySQL client, because we are using MySQL client for database programming. Now you can install through pip install MySQL client. So this will work, but sometimes it doesn't work. If it doesn't work for you, you can install this through this command, pip install only binary, and I will add this to the video description. You can check that. Now after installing this, also you need a WAMP server, because I'm using WAMP server. This is my WAMP server. Now I'm going to create a database in here, so click on new, and I want db test, and I don't want to add any table for this. Now create. Now database has been created successfully, and for right now there's no table in our db test. After this, open your PyCharm IDE. Now we need to import, so import MySQL DB as mdb. Now I'm going to create some variables in here. So db name, my db name is db test, and I have db host, so this is local host, and also db pass, so I don't have any password for my database, and also db user. Now the user is root. Okay, after this, now we are going to create a try catch block. So try. Now let me create a db mdb dot connect, and in here you need to add your first you need to add your host, so it is db host, and after you need to add your user, so db user, db password, and the last one is db name. Okay, and after this we need to just print database connected successfully. Okay, after this let me give the accept, so accept mdb dot error as e. Okay, now you can print database not connected successfully and plus e. Okay, now this is my code, and let me just run this. Okay, now you can see the database connected successfully because we are running web server, and this is my web server, and we have mdb test database. But if I change this, for example, like this, I don't have this database in my web server. Let me now run this. Now you can see that we have received this because we don't have any database. You can see database not connected successfully, and it printed for us. Now let me just remove this e and run this, and yeah, now you can see that database not connected successfully. Now if I make it db test, and if I run this, database connected successfully. In this video I want to show you how you can create tables dynamically in Python programming language. So I'm going to copy this code and paste it in here. Now after connecting to this, we are going to if you check web server right now in db test, I don't have any table, but I want to create a table, employee table in here. So for this in here, after connecting, let me first create a db.cursor. So cursor like this, and after this now we are going to drop the table if it already exists. So for this you can execute this query, so cur.execute, and in here we need to write drop. This is not important, but if you don't want, you can if you don't want, you can leave it. So drop table if exists employee. Okay, now after this let me create my SQL query. So my query in here, you can give it, let me give it in here. So create table employee. Okay, now for this employee I want to give, so first I want to give a name, and it is a car, and 20 character, and it should be not null. Okay, and also I need email. So for the email I want to give it car 20, and also I need age, so age, and for this I want to give it int. Okay, now this is our complete code. Okay, not complete. After this we need to execute our query, so car.execute, and we want to execute our SQL query, and after that I'm going to print that table created successfully. Okay, now this is our code, and if I run this I should get I should create a employee table with these columns in my web server. So let me just run this. Database connected. Okay, now you can see the database connected. This is a warning, no problem. So database connected successfully and the table created successfully. Now I'm going to check this, that we have employee table in our web server. Now let me open db test. Okay, now you can see I have employee table in here. If I open this, now you can see I have name, and in the previous video we have learned that how you can create tables, MySQL tables in Python programming language. So this is from the previous video. This is the code that we have created an employee table, and if you see my database, I have an employee table. But right now I don't have any data for this. I have name, email and age fields, but there is no data. Now in this video I want to show you how you can insert data in Python programming language in MySQL database. So there are two ways that you can do, and I'm going to show you the both way. So the first way is, let me show you the first way, and let me just copy some codes. So I need to copy these codes from the previous video. So let me just copy these codes and paste it in my inserting data. Okay, like this. After this, let me create a DB object. So DB, so mdb dot connect. So I want DB host, I want DB user, DB password, and DB name. Okay, now after this let me create my insert query. So insert query, and in here I'm going to write, so insert into employee. And if you see my database, I have name, email and age. So I want to insert the data in the name, in email and age. Okay, and the values that I want, so values, and for the value, for example, I want to add my name and my email address. So, and also I'm going to, for example, give an age, for example 24. So after this Now let me create a try except. So for the try, I want to execute my query. So I have forgot to create cursor object. So db.cursor, and now I am going to execute my query. So execute, and I want to execute the insert query. So after this, you need to commit the changes in the database. So db.commit, and also you need to print something. For example, data inserted successfully. And let me create except. So in the except, I want to print failed to insert the data. Okay, and also we need to close db.close the server. Okay, now this is our complete code, and let me run this. So now you can see we have received the message data inserted successfully. Now if I check my database employee, so now I have a new data in here, so that we have given. Let me add some more data, for example John, and you can give for example 20. Let me execute the query. Let me another name, so bob@gmail.com. You can give it, for example, 29. So insert data. Now let me refresh my database. Now you can see I have 3 data in. So now this was the first way that we have added some data into our MySQL database with Python programming language. Now in this way, there are chances that you get SQL injection. Now for preventing SQL injection, we are using placeholders instead of these hard-coded data. So now I'm going to just copy all of the code, and I'm going to paste it in my another Python file. So we are going to just bring change in our this insert query. So now instead of we have values, instead of giving these values, we are going to add a placeholders. So for example, let me add, because we have 3 data like this, and now in here we are going to create a tuples, so value, and now in here you can give your value. So for example, I want to give Tom, tom@gmail.com, and also you can give an age, for example 30. Okay, now in the insert query you need to also add your value. Now using this method you can prevent SQL injection. Now let me run the code. So data inserted successfully, and I'm going to check my database. So I have a new data in here. Now in this video I'm going to show you how you can read data from MySQL database. For this I have created a new Python file, and I'm going to just copy these codes from the previous video, so I don't need to write these. Okay, now after this let me create a read query. So let me give it select query, and in here I want to select all from employee. Okay, now let me create a try. So in the try I want to execute my query, so cur.execute, and I want to execute the select query. After this, now I want to fetch all the data. Let me create a results variable, and I want to fetch all. Okay, now let me create let me create a for loop. So for row in results, and now you can print. So let me create name. So for the name I have a row 0, and I have email row 1, and also age row 2. Okay, now after this I'm going to print these data. So print and name. So for the name you can give name. Print email. For the email you can give email, and we have print age. And for this you need to convert this to the string and give the age. Okay, and also you need to add accept. So accept, and I'm going to print unable to fetch the data from database. And also you need to close, so db.close. Okay, now if I run this is my complete code, and I want to run my code. So now you can see that these are the data that I have retrieved. So these are the 3 data that we have, the 4 data, and like this we have successfully select all data from MySQL database in Python. So in this video I'm going to show you that how you can update your data in MySQL database. Now there are 2 ways that you can update your data. So the first way is not save, and the second way is saver, because we are going to prevent SQL injection. Now let me show you the first way. I'm going to copy these codes from here because I don't want to write all of them. So these are okay, now let me copy in here. Now I'm going to create my update query. So update query, and in here I want to update employee. So I want to update employee and set I want to update the name of the employee table, and for example this I want to make it updated name, and where name. So if you see my database, the first name in here is Parwiz, and I want to update this. So in here you can write this, the condition. After this let me create try, and in the try I want to execute my update query. Also let me db.commit and print data updated successfully, and then the accept let me print unable to update the data, and at the end you need to close your connection. So db.close. Okay, now let me run. This is the code. Let me run this. Data updated successfully, and now I'm going to check my database. So now you can see that the data is updated name. Now this was the first way. Now in the second way I'm going to copy all of my code and paste it in here. I want to bring because we are using placeholder, now I'm going to bring changes in here. So instead of giving hard-coded name, and I'm going to give it a placeholder string like this, and in here I'm going to create a value, a tuple, and I want to so the second record in here is John, so I want to change this with my name, so John. Also you need to give value in your execute query. I'm going to run this. Unable to update the data, so why it's giving me error? Oh sorry, I need to change this also. So for this also I'm going to give it. Okay, now let me run this. Data updated successfully. Refresh the page. So now you can see that the John is changed to my name. In this video I'm going to show you how you can delete data from MySQL database. Now there are two ways that you can delete, and I will show you. First let me show you the first way, and let me just copy some codes from the previous video, and I'm going to copy these codes and paste it in here. So the first way, let me now create delete query, and you can delete, for example, from employee where so I want to delete according to the name, so where name is okay, I want to delete the first one, updated name, okay. After this let me create try, and in here I want to execute the query. I want the delete query. Also you need to print something in here, data deleted successfully, and in the except we are going to print unable to delete the data, unable to delete the data. Okay, also you need to close the connection, so db.close. So now if I run this, data deleted successfully, and if I refresh my database, you can see that this data, the first one, will be deleted. So now I don't have the updated. Let me show you the second way. So this was the first way, and the second way that by using this way you can prevent SQL injection. So I'm going to copy this code and I want to paste it in here. So I need to bring change in here because instead of using this name, I want to add a placeholder string in here, so like this, and also I need to create a value. So this time I want to remove this my name. So in here you want to remove, okay, like this. Now in your delete query you need to add the value. So now let me refresh my page. Unable to delete the data. So why it's okay? Oh, you need to also, okay, now give a comment here. Data deleted successfully. Now let me refresh the database. Now I don't have my name data. Now in this video I want to talk about SQLite database. Now this will be a complete video series on SQLite 3 with Python programming language, from creating a database up to inserting data, selecting data, updating data, and also deleting data. So now let me have some few words about SQLite. Now SQLite is a light version database, and it is a serverless database. If you remember, in MySQL database we used WAMP server, and in SQLite we don't need any server because it is serverless, and also there is no need for configuration, for example localhost or password. So we don't need these in SQLite. Now by default, because we are using SQLite 3, by default when you're installing Python, SQLite is installed. So now let's get started. I'm using PyCharm and we are going to start our first coding in SQLite. So now first let me in here import. So I'm going to import SQLite 3, SQLite 3. Now after this let me create a main function in here, and now let me create a try. So try, and the try, the first thing I need, so let me add a alias, so as lit. Okay, now the first thing we need to connect our database. So when we are going to when we connect our database and we run our code, it will create a database for us. So for example, let me db lit dot connect. So in here you need to give your database name whatever you want. For example, I want my database should be employee.db. And now after this let me just do the except in here. So except failed to create a database, and finally, so in here I'm going to db dot close. Okay, like this. Now let me just run this, and okay, before this let me and I'm going to run my main method in here. So let me run this, and so I don't have anything in here. So let me just do also, so if I check here that I have a database in here, so now you can see I have an employee DB, but I need to print in here. I forgot to print in here, so you can print in here database created successfully. Okay, now you can see I have an employee DB database in my in here. So like this you can connect you can create a database in SQLite. Now after this now I'm going to show you that how you can create tables. Now we have our database, but there is no table in this database. Now let me create a new Python file, and I call it creating tables. So now let me bring it in here. Okay, now first we need to import SQLite 3, and now let me create my main method, and in here I'm going to create a try. So in the try I always forget to add lit. So in the try I'm going to create a DB, so DB and I want to connect, so lit.connect, and in here you can add your database name. So my database name is employee.db. Now we are going to create a cursor. So cursor object db.cursor, and now I'm going to create so table query. We need to create a table. The table name is users, and the table fields, we need an ID, so it should be int. A name, I'm going to give it text, and also I need to give email, so text. And after this we need to execute query, so car.execute, and we need to add our table query in here like this, and I want to print table created successfully. Okay, now after this in here, let me add an except, and you can print unable to create table. And in the finally, let me db.close. I want to close the database. Okay, so now let me just run this code, and I have this code, and I should get a table. So let me run this. So print there is no employee.tb. so let me just check that I have a table in here or not. I'm going to copy this, so, and let me just paste it in here, so I can paste. Okay, let me open show in Explorer. So I want to copy this and paste it in my folder. Why I cannot paste? We don't have any table in here because it's 0 byte. So let me just check this. No copy. So sorry, I have forgot to call the main method. So in here I need to call this, and now I'm going to call the main. Now let me run this. So table created successfully, and now if I check, so let me just copy employee and paste in the folder, in this folder. So now I'm going to open, I'm using SQLite Manager, and I'm going to open, so add database, and I need to add from in the desktop, so it's new folder 3, sorry, new folder so let me, what was the folder name? Okay, new folder 5. So new folder 5, I can find it. Okay, now you can see, let me add this and let me click on OK. So now let me just see. So yeah, now you can see I have table users, and if I open, I have ID, name, and email. And for the data, I don't have any data for right now for this. So like this you can create a table in SQLite 3. So friends, in the previous section we have learned that how you can create tables in SQLite 3. Now in this video I want to show you that how you can insert data to your SQLite tables. Okay, first let me import SQLite 3 as LIT, and I'm going to create a tuples of my user and my users, and in here I'm going to add some users. So the first one, so I'm going to add, for example, I want to add some users in here with email addresses, and let me just copy this and paste it. So copy, I want to add 4 users. Okay, let me change the ID, so 2, 3 and 4. Also let me change the name, so you can change the name whatever you want. So let me add these names in here and like this. Okay, now we have created our users. After this, let me connect my database. So db.lit.connect. I want to connect to the employee.db like this. Okay, after this, so now with db, and I want to create a cursor object, so db.cursor, and after that I need to execute the query. So you need to execute money. Now in here we need to insert, so insert into users. So I want to insert into my users, and the values, and for the values I want to give it some placeholders, so like this, and the data is my user, and you need to print data inserted successfully. Okay, now let me just run this. So I have data inserted successfully. Now I'm going to check this in my so let me just copy, let me just delete this, and let me open. Okay, now I'm going to copy this, so I want to paste it in here, and now I'm going to check that I have this data or not. Let me add database, employee.db, and okay, so now let me users, and let me check the data. So now you can see I have these data, inserted data into my SQLite 3, into my employee tables. Okay, now I'm going to show you how you can select the data from your SQLite tables. Now these are the data, and I want to select all of them. So for this, let me first import SQLite 3 as lit, and I'm going to create I'm going to connect my database. So this is employee.db. Now let me with db, first let me create a cursor, so db.cursor, and now let me create my query, select query, select all from users. So I want to select all of data from users. After this, we need to execute our select query, and now I'm going to create rows. So after this we need to fetch the all data, and we want to save that in our rows, so fetch all. Now we need to create for data in rows a for loop, and we need to print all of the data. And let me run this. So now you can see that these are the data that we have. So you can see if you check my database, we have these data in here. Okay, now after this, let me show you updating data. Now how you can update the data in SQLite database. So let me create a new Python file. Updating data. Okay, now let me first import SQLite 3 as lit, and now let me connect my database. So connect, and my database name is employee.db. So with db, now so we are going to update the data according to the ID. So first let me create some variables. So username, not username, so new name. So I want to update my name. So this is updated name, and I'm going to add a user ID. So I want to update the first ID like this. Okay, now let me create a cursor object. So db.cursor cute. Now let me execute my query. So update, I want to update the users table, and I want to set the name. Let me add a folder ID. Also for this, I'm going to add a placeholder, and in here you need to add your updated data. So new name, and I want according to the user ID. Okay, like this. So now let me bring it in here. Okay, so after this in updating, you need to commit your data. So database, so db.commit, and print data updated successfully. Okay, now let me run my code, and so let me run it. Data updated successfully. Now if you check the database, so this name should be updated. So let me remove this, and let me add copy this, and so copy and paste it in here. Paste and copy and replace. Okay, now let me open my SQLite Studio. Database, add database, and let me add this database. Okay, so users, and I want to check the data. So now you can see the first data is updated. Okay, now we have learned about updating data. The last one is that we are going to learn is deleting data. So for this, let me create a new Python file in here. So deleting data. Okay, now the first thing, you need to import SQLite 3 as lit, and now we need to write our code. The first thing is to connect our database. So lit.connect, my database name is employee.db with db, and now you can do this like updating. So in here you can add for example deleted, so deleted name. So I don't need to this because I want to add a user ID, so I want to delete according to the ID. Let me create a cursor, db.cursor, anchor.execute, and you need to execute your query. So delete from users, and where ID, add the placeholder in here. Now we need to add our user ID, so user ID. Okay, after this you need to commit the database, so db.commit, and also I'm going to print data deleted successfully. So now let me run this. Data deleted successfully. Now if you check the SQLite Studio, I have this data, and let me just remove this, and so remove. Let me copy the database, so Control C, and I want to paste it in my folder, so Control V, replace. Now in SQLite, add database, and we are going to add this database. Let me check users data. Now you can see that I don't have the first one data. Now in this video I'm going to show you that how you can use Postgres with your Python, how you can connect your Python with Postgres, how you can do inserting data, selecting data, updating data, and deleting data. So we will learn of all of them in this one video. So the first thing I need some configuration, and I'm using Elephant SQL, so you can use it has free versions. Also you can use paid, but for the purpose of this video I'm using the free version. Also I'm using pgadmin 4 for this. Now the first thing I need, I'm going to create a new instance in the Elephant SQL. So let me just check my internet connection. Okay, now so you can click on create new instance, and let me wait. Now in here you need to give your instance name, so I'm going to give it test. So let me just give it test, and after this, in here you can see that this is a free plan, and you can use if you want, you can use the paid version. After that, let me select the region, click on select region, and now we are going to so I'm going to use this default. After this, click on review, and the last step is we need to confirm this. So let me create an instance. Okay, now our instance is created successfully, and after this let me open this test. You can see there are some information that we need, for example user, so username, name. So now this is the information of my instance. After this let me open the pgadmin 4, and let me click on servers, create, and I want to create a server. So now in here you need to give the name of the database. So let me just copy this and paste it in here, and after this click on connections. In here you need to give the host name. So the host name is this. You need to just copy this and paste it in this section, and this is the port. This is the default port for Postgres. I'm using this, and for the database and username I'm going to just copy this. So copy and paste it in here, and I'm going to paste this in here, and in the password I want to give this is the password. Control C and paste. Okay. After this, now I'm going to click on save, and this will be saved in here. I am waiting for the save. Okay, so now it's created. Now this is that we need. Let me open this and let me go to the databases, and I want to find this database. So just I'm waiting for this. Okay, now there are a lot of database instances. Now we want to find ourselves. If you see in here, this is W, and let me just bring it in here. So as we want to find the W, and yeah, it should be in here, and this is W and Z. So now just let me bring it. Yeah, where is it? So it was on the top, I think. So it should be in here. Yeah, now you can see that this is now the color is changed. This is our database instance. So let me open this, and you will see right now I don't have any table, and in here. So let me bring it in here. Right now we don't have any activity for this. Yeah, now in the schema, right now we don't have any table in here, but I'm going to show you. And in the public, so now we don't have any table in here. Let me just first now we are going to learn that how you can connect tables, Postgres tables in Python. I have opened my Python IDE, and before this you need to install this package. So you can pip install and it will be installed, because when you're going to use Postgres database, you need to install this package. Let me just create a new Python file. I call it connecting, and I want to import the package that I have installed. Now we need so this is database name, we have db user, we need db password, we need db host, also I need db port. So these are the information that we need to get from our instance. So the database name is, let me open in here, this is the database name. Let me just copy this and paste in here, and after that we have user. So for the user also I'm going to copy this, and we have password. For the password you need to copy this password in here. So let me just copy this and paste it in here. After that we have host. Now for the host, let me just copy this and paste it in here. Also we have port. For the port I'm using 5432. So this is the default port for Postgres. Now after this, let me create a try. You can do con. I want to create a dot connect. Now for the database I want to give the DB name, and for the user I want to give DB user. After this, for the password I want to give DB password. we have host, and you can give db host. So the last one is port, and we are going to give our port in here. Okay, and after, if it was successful, I'm going to just print so database connected successfully. And if there is something wrong, we are going to just print the database not connected. Okay, now this is the code. Let me just run this, and hopefully I'm going to run this. So now I'm waiting for the connection. Okay, now database connected successfully, because we have a database and these configuration is correct. But if I change, for example, just remove the B from the database name, and if I run this, it will say that database not connected successfully. You can see that database not connected successfully because we have a wrong configuration. Now I'm going to give it B, and I'm going to run this again. Now database connected successfully. Now let me just move this to the right, yeah, like this. Okay, so now like this you can connect to the database. So this was connecting. Now I want to show you that how you can insert data. Let me create a new Python file, and let me write inserting data. I want that in one video I learn you all Postgres database functionality. Now for this I'm going to just copy this from here, so paste in this section, and like this. And so just let me remove these from here, and also let me just open again, copy this and paste it in this section. Okay, now this is my configuration, and after this let me just first print database connected successfully. We need to create a cursor, so count.cursor, and now we need to execute the creating of our tables. For this, cur.execute, and we need to execute our query in here. So create table, and I want employee table, so employee table. Now you need the fields for the employee. For example, I want ID. The ID should be integer. It should be primary key, and not null. Okay, and after this I need name. So for the name, I want it should be text, and it should be not null. Okay, after this I want email. This should be text and not null. Okay, now we have created our fields. After this, in here, so I want to connect. You need to count.commit, and I'm going to print the table created successfully. Okay, now let me just run this, execute the query. So database connected successfully, but I have an error in here. Okay, I need to give a comment here. So now let me just run it again. Okay, database connected successfully and table created successfully. Now I'm going to open my pgadmin, and now in the public schema public I'm going to open the database. Let me just refresh this. So refresh, and now I should receive a table. You can see that I have one table, and the table is employee. Okay, and you can see the structure of the table. So we will have ID, name and email in the columns, and we will see the data, not the data but the fields. So you can see that we have ID. Let me bring it in here. We have ID, name and email. Okay, and if I right click on this, you will see that there is no data in our this employee. So you can go to the all rows, okay. Now it's connecting, waiting for the query execution to complete. So now we have ID, name and email, but there is no data. Now how you can insert data? So for this, let me create a new Python file. I call it inserting data. So, oh sorry, this was inserting table. Let me my data. So that was for the table, not data. Okay, no problem. Now let me just copy the first configuration code, because now we have our this configuration and this database connected. And let me remove, you can just remove this. Okay, we have our configuration, we have connected to Postgres, and this is the print and this is the cursor. Now for inserting data, let me execute the query. So execute insert into employee. So I want to insert into employee, and my employee, their ID, and we have name and we have email, and the values I want to add for this. So for example, the ID1, for ID1 I want to we have added primary key, but I want to add it manually. And let me add my name, and for the email address you can give an email address like this. Okay, so after executing your query, we need to commit the database, count.commit, and we need to close the database. So this is just simple code for and also let me just and here let me just print. So print data inserted successfully. So now this is our simple code for inserting data in Postgres. Let me just run my code, and let me bring this in here. So now a database connected successfully and data inserted successfully. Okay, now let me check that we have a data. Click on this and it will refresh your query. So now you can see that we have the first data, and this is my name, and this is the email address, the email address that I have given. So like this. Okay, now let me just insert another data. So in here I want to change this to ID2 John at gmail.com. Now let me just run my code. So now I'm waiting for this, and Okay, now database connected successfully and data inserted successfully. Let me just check my data. I have the data in here. Yeah, now you can see I have another data. Now this was the inserting data. So after this, I want to show you that how you can select the data. So I have two data in here. I want to select all of them. For this, let me create a new Python file. So selecting data, and I'm going to copy these codes from here and paste in here. The configuration is the same, and just I'm going to remove these from here, and I have created a cursor. Okay, now we need to execute our query. So cur.execute select ID, name, email from from employee. So we want to select these data from the employee. After this, let me create a row. I want to fetch all the data from the database. So cur.fetch all. Now I'm going to create a for loop. So for data in rows, we need to print the ID. So the ID is data give the index 0, print name. So data 1, print email. This is data index 2. Okay, after this, let me just print that data selected successfully. And I want to close the connection dot close. Okay, so now let me just run this query, and this is my complete code. You can check this. So this is the configuration, and this is my code. Let me run this, and hopefully I get the data in here. Okay, so I need to convert this to string. So str, because it is integer. So now database connected successfully, and these are the data. We have ID1, my name, and this is ID2, john@gmail.com, and it is the same as our Postgres database. Now this was selecting data. Now I'm going to show you that how you can update your data. So for this, let me just create a new Python file, and I'm going to call it updating data. And I need to copy all of them and paste in here. So let me just remove these from the section, and these are the configurations, and they are the same. Now we need to execute our query for the updating data. Now I want to update, so I want to update employee. Okay, now set I want to update the email address. So set email to, I want to give update at gmail.com, and you can add a where. So where ID is 1. So I want to change the ID 1 email address. Okay, now after this we need to commit. So con.commit, let me just print. So data updated successfully, and also you need to print that total So total row affected. Let me convert to string and cur dot row count. Cur dot row count. Okay, now this is my code for this. Let me just run this. Okay, now data updated successfully and we have total row affected 1. And now let me just refresh my Postgres database. So I should see an updated email address for my first record. So now you can see that we have update@gmail.com. So it's changed. Now this was updating, and the last one that we will complete our this Postgres, that is deleting data. So now for deleting data, now let me just create a new Python file. It is the same as update, deleting data, and let me just copy from update. Let me close these files, paste it in here. The configuration is the same, and just I need to remove these codes from here. Okay, now so for this, first you need to execute the query. So execute, and I want to delete from employee, so where ID is 1. So I want to delete the first record from my Postgres database. After this, you need to, for bringing change to that, you need to commit the database, and you need to print something. For example, I want to print so data deleted successfully, and let me just print total row affected, total row affected, and convert this to string, cur dot row count. Okay, now this is my code, and this is the last code. Let me just refresh my page, and I'm waiting for this. So database connected, data deleted successfully, and total row affected 1. Now I want to refresh my Postgres database, and okay, now you can see that we don't have the first one. So in this video we are going to have a simple introduction to socket class of Python programming language, and also we are going to create a simple socket in Python. So first of all, what is a socket? Now a network socket is a virtual endpoint where entities can perform inter-process communication. For example, one process sitting in a computer exchange data with another process sitting on the same or another computer. We typically label the first process, which initiates the communication, as the client, and another one as the server. So when you're going to work socket programming in Python, we have a class that's called socket, and it is built in when you have installed Python, and the socket will be installed automatically. So now let me show you that how you can create a basic sockets in Python. First you need to import, I have opened my PyCharm IDE. I'm using PyCharm IDE, so I have created a new Python file, and now I'm going to import sockets like this. And after that I need to import from socket import if inet. I will describe these, don't worry, and also sock stream. Okay, so now For creating a socket in Python, let me write is socket.socket. First, let me write the code, and after that I will describe. The first one is the family. So for the family, I'm going to give it if init. So I will describe this. After that, we have type. So the type is a sock stream, and I have the proto. I'm going to give it 0. Okay. So now in here, this class parameters, we have some parameters for the socket class. Now the first one is the family. You can see this is the family. This is the domain of a socket, such as in here we have given if init, and about 90% of the sockets of the internet fall under this init category. Also we have if Unix that sometime we can use from this. And in Python 3 we can create a Bluetooth socket using if underscore Bluetooth. So this was the family. Another one is the type, and we have given sock stream. Now this is depending on your need. So if you need to use a TCP based socket, then you can give sock stream. And here, because we are using a TCP based socket, so we have given sock stream. But if you want to use a UDP based socket, then you can change this to sock dgram. So you can change this to sock. For example, we have sock stream, and you can see we have sock dgram also. So let me show you. Sock, you can change this to sock dgram, like this. Okay. So we also need to import this, because like this, sock dgram. Now we don't have an error in here. So for right now, I'm not using the sock dgram. I'm just using a TCP based that is called sock stream. Okay. And another one is the proto. So it's a protocol, and this specifies the variation of protocol within a socket family and the type. Usually it's we can give it 0. And now let me just print this. So print socket created dot format and s. Okay, so now let me just run this. You can run this by you can use, because in socket programming we will use a lot of terminal. So PyCharm has a good terminal. So first let me run this like this run. Now you can see socket created, and this is our family, sock address family, and you can see the type is sock stream and the protocol. Now also you can run this through terminal. Let me just show you. In here you can see we have a terminal in this section, and in here first I have, okay, now you can write simply Python and intro.py. so this is my socket, and this is my file name. Now you can see socket created, and this is via terminal, and the family address is family if init. So in this video I want to show you that how you can get host name and also IP address of your local machine using socket class in Python. So now let's get started. I have opened my PyCharm IDE and I've created a new Python file. Now the first thing I want to import socket like this. And now let me create a main method in here. So first I want to get the host name. So you can get the host name using a socket.getHostName like this. Also for IP address, let me write IP address. You can use socket class.get host by name, and in here you need to give your host name. Okay, now let me just print these two. So print host name is, and you need to give your host name in here, and print IP address is dot format, and this is IP address. So now in here, f underscore name underscore main. Now let me call my main in here. So now you can see that using we have imported the socket class, and in the socket we have a get host name and get host by name. So the get host name is for getting our local machine name, and this is the IP address that we can use host name, that get host by name, and we can get the IP address. And in here we have printed these. So now I'm going to run this. You can run simply by terminal, and now you can see host name. This is my host name, and this is the IP address of my local machine, like this. So like this you can do, and let me just close this, and let me open my terminal, and from terminal you can say Python, my file name is get host name.py. Now you can see the result is the same. So in this video I want to show you that how you can get a remote machine IP address, or we can tell that how you can get the IP address of a website. So now let's get started, and I've created a new Python file, and so in here okay, so the first thing I need to import socket like this. And now let me create a main method in here, so def main. Okay, now let me write remote host, and now in here you need to write a website, for example a website name. Now this is my website, and let me just copy this. You can see that I have a lot of videos, a lot of source code in here, and articles about programming. You can check this. I have added the link to the video description. So now let me just copy this. Okay, now after this let me create a try, and first let me print IP address of remote host plus is, and now you can write you can get the IP address. So socket.getHost by name. So my computer is a little slow, I don't know why. So get host by name, and in here you need to add this remote host like this, and in the accept we need to socket.error as e, and we need to print the error, print error. Dot format e. So now this is my complete code, and let me just in here let me f underscore name underscore underscore main underscore underscore main, and you can call your main in here. So now this is our code. We have imported the socket, and this is our, for example, our website name, and in here we are going to get our the IP address of our this website or remote host, and you can get by using get host by name like this. So now if I run this, and let me just run this, and now you can see that this is the IP address of codeloop.org. So let me just change this to python.org, and if I run this, and now you can see that this is the IP address of python.org. So like this you can get the remote machine IP address, and also you can run this through terminal. Let me just show you. Open your terminal, and in here you can write Python remote machine.py. So now you can see that the result is the same. In this video I want to show you that how to connect a client socket to a server process. So the following code is an example of a TCP client socket that makes a connection to server socket. So now let's get started. And so the first thing I need, I'm going to import. I have created a new Python file, so let me close this session. Okay, first I need to import socket, and now I'm going to create a try. First you need to create a socket object, so socket.socket, and the first one is the family. I have introduced this. You can watch the first video for if you want to know about what are these parameters. So I'm using socket.ifinet. This is the family, and the second one is the type, because I want a TCP based socket. So for this I'm using sockstream, and this, for the protocol I want to give it 0. So we have the family, the type, and the protocol. Okay, now after this, except we are getting the errors from the socket error as e print failed to create a socket, and also I want to write the reason of this. So the reason dot format and e. Also I need to import sys. I'm going to exit this sys dot exit. Okay, and so if it was successful, if the socket creation was successful, I'm going to print. You can write this in here, there is no problem, but I'm going to write this in here. So socket created successfully, and now I'm going to get the input from the user. So I want to get the hostname and also the port from the user that they want to connect. First, target host input, and please enter target host name to connect. And so this is for my, also for the target port input, please enter target port target port. Okay, so now let me just create another because when we want to connect our socket to this target host and target port, there may be chances that we get error. So we need to create a try except block in here. So try s.connect, and we want to connect our to the specific target host and target port, and you need to convert this to int like this. And now if it was successful, I'm going to write socket connected to host plus target host, and on port, so on port target port. And also you need to shut down this, so this is for cleanup, so shut down. And in the except we are going to get the error, so error as E, and now we need to print failed connection to host target host, and on port target port. Also you need to write the reason that why this failed. Convert this to string and accept this, so sys.exit. okay, so now in here you can see, also you can just let me just cut all of these, and let me write a main method in here and paste it in here like this. Okay, and f underscore name, call your main in here. So this is a simple TCP client socket that we make a connection to server socket. We have created the socket, and this is the exception handling, and in here we need to get the user, the host name and also port from the user, and in here we need to connect this our socket to the target host and target port, and in here we print. So now let me just run this, and so now you can see socket created successfully. Please enter target host name to connect. So first of all, let me just run my internet, because right now I think I don't have internet connection. Okay guys, now I have internet connection. Let me run this. So please enter target host name to connect. Now this is my website, codeloop.org. you can get a lot of source codes from here. So first let me check this, and let me write www.codeloop.org and the port 80. So now you can see socket connected to host www.codeloop.org on port 80. Now let me just run this again. Let me write another www.python.org port 80. So socket connected to host python.org on port 80. So for example, if you write anything wrong, you will see that an exception. So let me write .python.org, for example, port. Now I will receive an error, so I'm waiting for this. So guys, you can see that this is the error and a connection attempt failed because connected party did not properly respond. In this video I want to show you that how you can convert your IP address. How you can convert the IP address. So so when you would like to deal with a low-level network functions, sometimes the usual string notation of IP addresses are not useful. So by this reason we need to convert these string IP addresses to the packed 32-bit binary formats. Now how you can do this, I will show you this. So I have created a new Python file. The first thing I'm going to import socket. Also I need to import from Banaski import hexalify. Okay, now after this let me create a method in here, def conversion I call it. So for IP, now let me write my IP addresses in here, and you need to add, so this is the string format, so 127, this is the local machine IP address, and let me write 192.168.0.1. So I want to convert these into 32-bit binary formats. Now first let me write a packed IP address socket.init aton, and you need to add your IP address in here, and for the unpacked IP addr socket.init, and you need to add your pack IP address in here. So first let me write, and after that I will describe. Now you can print this, so print IP address packed. So this is for the packed and unpacked dot format. So this is our IP address, and we are going to use the hexalify because we want to convert our binary data to hexadecimal, and you need to add the packed IP address, and we need to add the unpacked IP address. Okay, so now you can call the IP conversion in here. So in this example, the two IP addresses, so these are the two IP addresses, have been converted from a string to a 32-bit packed format using a for-in statement. Also the Python, this if you see hexalify, Python hexalify function is called from the Banaski module. This helps us to represent the binary data in a hexadecimal format. Now let me just run this. So now let me just run this. We have indentation error. Let me just check this, and I will see. Yeah, I think in here we have where is the indentation error? Let me just, yeah, this is the error. Okay, now let me just run this. Now you can see that this is but I don't have this packed and packed, so I don't have the packed. I think I have a problem in this section. Let me just check this. IP address packed. So this is the problem. Okay, in this section I have problem. Okay, and packed. Now let me just run this again. Yeah, now you can see that this is our IP address. This is the packed IP address, and this is the unpacked IP address. So like this, you can convert your IP address to binary format. In this video I will show you that how you can set a timeout to a socket, and this will be a short video. So first let me import socket, and now let me create div test. Let me socket timeout. First you need to create the socket, so socket.socket, and for the family I want to give it if inet, and for the type I want to give socket dot socket stream. So we have created the socket. Now so also you can print that socket created successfully. Okay, now after this, first let me print the default socket timeout, and after that I set a timeout to my socket and I print it again. And okay, now let me print default socket timeout, default socket timeout, and you can class convert to str s.getTimeout. .getTimeout, yeah, this. So this is the default socket timeout. Now I want to set a timeout to this, so s.setTimeout and 100. And now I'm going to print this again. Current socket timeout. Plus str s.getTimeout. So this is a simple example. Now you can call your method in here. Let me call this, what was the name of, okay, socket timeout. Now let me just run it. Now you can see that socket created successfully. This is the default socket timeout. We have none, and we have set the timeout, and now you can see current socket timeout is 100. In this video I want to show you that how you can print the current time from the internet time server. So many programs rely on the accurate machine time. Your machine time may be different and need synchronizing with another time server in your network. So in this video we are going to use pool.ntp.org time server. Now let me show you that how you can do. First, I'm going to import ntplib. So ntplib, also from time I need to import ctime. Def print time. I've created a method in here. Now first I need to create an NTP client. So NTP client dot, so NTP client, NTP lib, sorry, not NTP client, NTP lib. So let me just, yeah, I have an NTP lib. I need NTP lib, NTP lib. I think, let me just check. I need to install this. Okay guys, first of all you need to install ntplib, so you can simply write, you can see that I have successfully installed. You can write pip install ntplib and hit enter, and it will install for you. Right now requirement already satisfied because I have installed this. So now import ntplib like this, and now ntplib dot NTP client, and after this let me create a response because I want to get the time server from the pool.ntp.org. so NTP client dot request, and in here you need to write pool.ntp.org. so this is the pool.ntp.org is a big virtual cluster of time server providing reliable, easy time server to use NTP services for millions of clients. So now I need to print this, print ctime, and you need to give the response dot tx time. Now you can print this. You can run your application. First let me underscore name, and now you can call your print time method in here. So this is simple code, and let me just run this. We are going to request the time server from the pool.ntp.org, and we are going to print that the current internet time. So now I'm waiting for this. No response received, and let me run it again. I think I have internet problem. Yeah, now it's okay. Friday, I guess August 16, and this is the time 2019. In this video we are going to talk about authentication in Firebase. So we are not going to talk about real-time database. We are going to talk about the authentication in Firebase. So now let's get started. So first of all, you need to install a Firebase library in Python. So you can simply write pip3 install Firebase. So I have already installed this and I don't want to install this. You can install directly like this. If it doesn't work, or if you receive the error, for example you will receive the setup tools error like this, in the first time that I have installed this, I have received the error from setup tools. So by that you need to upgrade that. So first you need to, for example, do like this: pip3 install upgrade your setup tools, and after this you can install this gcloud, upgrade this gcloud like this, and at the end you can install Firebase. So like this the installation will complete. So it's a small installation. So like this you can install. After installing Firebase, you need to open your Firebase. And in here you need to create add a project. So let me just create a project, and let me call this project so the project name to for example my test, or so let me give it my test. And after this click on continue, and in here let me just click on continue. You can select an account and default account for Firebase, or so first let me sign into my account, like I think, or default account. So this, now I'm waiting for creating my project, and it will be created. So guys, your new project is ready, and click on continue. So now this is my project, and it's created. The first thing you need, so you need to click on this, and you need to add the Firebase SDK. So you can give a nickname in here, nickname. Let me give it my test app, and click on register app. Okay, now continue to console, or before this you can copy this SDK from here. Okay, so from here let me just first create this variable in here, so in your PyCharm ID. Okay, now first you need to so you need to import Firebase like this, and now we are going to create this in here, Firebase config. This is the configuration for our Firebase, and from here I'm going to copy these all and paste it in here. So you need to just make these, bring change for this for all of them like this, and let me do this. So now this is our configuration. Also let me just import from getPass, import getPass. Okay, now after this let me bring it in here. Okay, now first we need to initialize our Firebase. So for this let me write Firebase and Firebase.initialize app, and we are going to add our Firebase configuration in here. So Firebase config. Now after this, because we are going to work with authentication, and if you see the Firebase, let me just click on continue console, you can see we have authentication, we have database, storage. There are different features that you can use from Firebase. I have a video on database, especially working with real-time database. This time we are going to talk about the authentication. So let me create an authentication, and So especially we are going to use email and password. We are going to do authentication using email and password, and you need to click on setup sign-in methods, and from here you need to, so you can see we have different features, and from here you need to enable this email and password and click on save. Okay, now this feature is enabled. Okay, now in here let me create an auth and Firebase dot auth. Okay, so first let me create an email, and in here I'm going to give an input prompt. So please enter your email address, and now I'm going to give a password. For password I'm going to use get post because it will not show my password, so it will be secret. Now let me write please enter your password like this. Okay, now after this let me just make it a little bit beautiful, \n, and okay, now first I'm going to create users in my you can create users, so let me write user, and from here you can get auth dot, you can see we have different features: send a password reset email, send email verification, sign in with email. Okay, we are going to use get create user with email and password. So in here you need to give the email and also the password that we are going to create user. And let me just write a print success in here like this. Okay, so let me just open my terminal, and okay, now in here so let me run this Python Firebase aut.py. Okay, so now you can see please enter your email address, and let me give an email address in here. Please enter your password. So now the password is secret. Now I'm waiting for this. So now success, and if I see in my, so in here if I click on user, so you can see I have created this user in here. So like this you can create, and the password is in hash section. Let me close, let me create a new session. So this was for creating user, and I have created user. You can create another user also if you want. Okay, so now let me show you the login, and let me comment this, and so in here let me write login and auth.sign in with email and password, and you need to give your email in here and also password. Okay, let me now run this again in my terminal. Python Firebase aut.py. Okay, so please enter your email address, and let me give my email address. Please enter your password. And you will see that I will receive success in here. So you can see success. But if I enter a wrong password, so let me Python Firebase auth. ut.py. Okay, please enter your email address. And I'm going to write a wrong email address, a password, sorry. So you will receive invalid password. Okay, now you can see we have error, and if you see invalid password, so like this you can log in. Also you can send email verification, so you can do and send email verification. So for send email verification, in here you can simply write auth dot send email verification, and you need to give the login, and according to we need to give the ID token. So ID token. Let me now run it again in my terminal. Python Firebase ut.py. Okay, please enter your email address. So let me enter the email address. Enter your password. And now I'm waiting. Okay, so success. And now if I see my email, refresh my email address, so guys, now you can see I have a no reply, verify your email for project. And if I click on this, you can see we have a link, and now I have clicked on this. So guys, now you can see your email has been verified. You can now sign in with your new account. Okay, now so this was also, you can reset the password if you want. So let me just comment this, and in here how you can reset the password if you want. So you can simply write auth dot send password reset email. So send password reset email, and you can give your email address in here, email. So now let me just run it again. So please enter your email address. Please enter your password. And now I am waiting, and so now success. And now if I open my email address, if I refresh this, so refresh. Okay, now you can see I have reset your password for the project. Let me open this, and now you can see follow this link to reset the password. So like this you can give a new password and you can reset this. So for right now I'm not going to reset the password. Like this you can work with Firebase authentication in Python. In this part I'm going to talk about Firebase file storage. So how you can store for example files or images in the Firebase storage using Python programming language. So now the first thing, I have some projects. Let me just create a new project in Firebase, and let me just call it project name and whatever you want, for example test pro. And after this, click on continue, and after clicking on continue, we are going to continue and select an account. So you can use default account Firebase and create project. So now my project creation, now it's creating project for me. Okay, now the project creation completed, and after that click on continue. So now this is my project and I need to get this. Click on this web, and you can give a name for this, for example my app, register app, and continue to console. So now we are going to just copy this data from here and we need to add this data in here. So first I'm going to import Firebase because I'm using Firebase, and now let me just create a variable config, and I'm going to add this data in here. So just you need to bring change to this like this. Let me do this for all and I will be back. Okay, now after this we are going to create Firebase, a variable at name of Firebase, and in here I'm going to initialize my Firebase. So initialize app, and I'm going to add the config in here. Now after this we are going to create a storage in here, so storage and Firebase dot storage. And now you can, so I have already added a file at name of file.pdf, so it's a PDF file, and I want to upload this to my file storage, and after that I want to download this. So now you can simply use storage.child, and in here you can give, for example, I want to create a folder name at name of files, and I want to name this at name of, for example, new file.pdf, and you can use .port, and in here you need to add your file name. So my file name is file.pdf. So after this now we are done. Let me just print that file uploaded to storage. Okay, so now right now if I run this, let me just run this. So I will receive error because I need some more setup for my Firebase. So you can see we have received error. Now let me just open my Firebase. Now we have created this. After this, let me click on continue to console, and we are going to click on storage, and in the storage I am going to click on get started and click on next and click on done, and click on done. So it's creating default bucket, and you can see we have the error from bucket. So now I'm waiting for creating default bucket. Okay, now our file storage is created. Now we need to just click on rules and we need to change the rule. So now let me just change this. Okay, now in here I'm going to just remove this request.authNull, and I'm going to just give it to true. So after this, click on publish. Okay, now publish change. Okay, so now now I'm going to just run this again. Okay guys, now you can see file uploaded to storage. Now if I check my storage, let me just click on the storage, and so now you can see we have a folder at name of files, and if I click on this, you will see that I have my new file.pdf in here. So it is a PDF file. Now you can download this if you want. So you can download this. Let me just make comment this, and now I want to just download my this file. So you can just simply use storage.child, and now it's the location files, and it is at name of new. So what was the name? New file.pdf, download, and in here you can use your new name. So let me call it downloaded.pdf. okay, so just let me print file downloaded successfully. Now let me just run it again, and it will take a little bit time to download my file. So you can see in here I have just file.pdf and storage. Now this is my Python file and this is my PDF. So after downloading, you can see I have a new PDF. Okay, so file downloaded, but you can see this is my new downloaded dot. Oh, I have mistakenly give it, so let me just make it PDF and let me run it again, because now this file will not work. But let me run it again and it will be downloaded.pdf. Okay, now file downloaded successfully, and now you can see it is downloaded.pdf. So you can open this, but I'm not going to open this. So like this you can work with Firebase storage in Python. In this part I want to show you that how you can work with real-time database of Firebase in Python programming language. So I'm using my previous project, it's a test pro. Now let me just first go to database, and in here I'm going to create a database. So I'm going to use real-time database. Now you can so you can click on create database, and for right now, because I want to use start in test mode, I'm not using locked mode. But when you want to do in production level, you need to, it should be in locked mode. So let me just give it a start in test mode, and I will remove this project after completing this video. So okay, now we have created our real-time database. You can see that it's telling me that your security rules are defined as public, so anyone can still modify or delete data in your database. Okay, now after this, let me just click on project setting, because I need to first import Firebase, and now let me just create a config variable in here, and I want to add this information in here. So let me just copy this and paste it in here. So you can remove if you want to remove any Firebase project, so you can remove from delete project and the Firebase project will be removed. So now let me just copy this and paste this in here. Now you need to bring change to this and make it like this. So let me do this for all of them. Okay, so now after this, the first thing I need, I am going to create a Firebase in here, and Firebase.initialize app, and I want to add config in here. After this, I'm going to create a DB and Firebase. This time I'm going to use a database. Okay, now I want to push or add data to my database, so you can simply use db.child. So you can give the child, for example, data, and you can use push for adding the data. So I'm using using JSON, so let me just give name, and for the name let me just give my name. Okay, and now let me just print in here, print data added to Firebase. Now let me just run this, and it will add the data to my Firebase. So let me just so it's a real-time database, and let me just click on database. So we have data added to Firebase, and if you see in real-time database, you will see that I have a data in here. Okay, now you can see we have data, and this is our name that we have added. So also you can do updation. So for updating, let me just bring it down, and let me just first let me copy this, and let me comment this. Okay, so for updation, so data, and in here I need to add dot child, so the child is name, and instead of push you need to add update. Okay, so now for update I want to update this to, for example, John Doe, and data updated in Firebase. So now let me just run this, and you will see that it's in real time, and it will update in real time. And okay, so but okay, db.child data.child name.update. So now let me just update this to another, for example, Bob, and let me do it again. So now I'm waiting for this. Okay, now data updated in Firebase, and okay, now you can see now it's changed, updated to Bob. Also you can retrieve the data. So now let me just comment this, and let me just copy this and paste it in here and comment. So data.child name, this time I want to get, and let me remove this, and I want to save this, for example, in my data. Now I can print, so let me just print my data.vol like this. Okay, so now let me just run this. Okay, now you can see that this is our name, Bob, and we have retrieved, so it is an ordered dictionary. Also you can delete the data. For example, if you want to delete, you can do that simply. So you can just let me just add it in here and comment this. So data.child, this time I want to just so db.child db.child.child.delete, remove, not delete, sorry. So remove, and let me just remove this, and in here I am going to say data deleted, and if I run this, so you'll see that I don't have the data. Okay, now the data is deleted, and if you see in here we are receiving data deleted.